Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good. You? Where did you go in Colorado?
I was in the Denver area. I went to Estes. Spent a couple days up there. Went to the Rocky Mountain National Park, and then spent a day at the Garden of the Gods.
Oh, that's marvelous.
Yeah, and we just got the perfect day at the Garden of the Gods. Everything was nice and green and perfect blue skies. And oh my gosh, I'll have to share some of my photos on the Facebook page because it was just, the colors were outrageous. It was perfect.
Oh, that's great. I have a good friend who lives very close to there, and she goes hiking almost every day in Garden of the Gods.
What lucky person.
Really?
Yeah, it is. It's a neat, and it's only, a couple miles of trail. I thought it was going to be much bigger, but it's all really consolidated. It's almost kind of like Smith Rock. And that everything's kind of in a little condensed area, and you can cover it pretty quickly. So yeah.
It's a great area. I haven't been there in years, so yeah. So you were just hiking and
Yeah, I did some fly fishing. My best friend growing up moved out there a number of years ago, so went out and stayed with him and got to know his family a little better. And he remarried, and his wife has three kids. So it was really neat to spend time with them. And yeah.
Wow. Yeah, fun.
So it was good. I was supposed to be out there for the plein air convention, but they canceled it. So instead of canceling my flight, I just changed what it was about.
Very good. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah. So lots of photos to do more pictures from.
Yeah, exactly. And that's always the issue, is when you go to really beautiful places, but I don't have a gallery to share those specific kind of images. Because I definitely find, I sell more coastal paintings at the coast gallery, sell more vineyard paintings near the vineyards. So it's difficult because I used to show in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. So I was doing a lot of paintings of the Tetons and all of that. And when I pulled out of that gallery, it was hard to figure out what to do with those paintings that, I hadn't sold yet.
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, it is an interesting thing that, when people go out to look at Haystack Rock at the coast, they aren't as interested in Teton paintings. You can still sell them, but it definitely isn't at the same rate. And like my gallery at the vineyards just sold a big coastal painting yesterday. So you never know.
You never know.
And a lot of people are just, Oregon tourists or, coming from wherever. So if they saw, Haystack Rock on their travels and then found the painting somewhere else in Oregon, it's still interesting to them. Or if, if like Cannon Beach has a specific memory or something, then they're still excited to see it, even if it's in a different environment. But I do find that, yeah, if I'm going to do a whole bunch of paintings of Colorado, it'd probably be better if I have a gallery in Colorado to show them.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe online because it's, everybody all over the place, but I'm not sure. That's kind of the new thing, is trying to figure out online sales and all of that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, was this a personal trip, or did you get invited to do a workshop, or
why did you? Yeah, I was invited to be one of the, I don't know what they call it, guests at the plein air convention.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, but then they canceled it.
Oh,
so it worked out good because I had a great time. So instead of canceling my trip, I just reconfigured it to be about my friend and his family and exploring. So yeah, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm pretty cooked. That high mountain air up there, that sun is really hot, or really, I don't know, burns you fast.
So Michael, do you know whether your course in the summer is going to go or not?
The 4-week one? So I just got an email from OSA yesterday to submit that class. So yeah, I would think we can have a little opportunity to discuss what we want to do and it looks like at least 15 people are interested in it.
Yay.
And the rate will be, reduced, of course, because there'll be less classes. So I was thinking about $160. And I just basically did a division of, how much the classes cost. And yeah, I really like the idea of, having some notes. And I think people were really good about giving some ideas. So kind of like 2 weeks of design and composition and 2 weeks on color. And I will try to make it so that it's definitely newish or a different way of approaching the information for people that have been in the first, couple classes. Because for some of you, this will be your 18th class with me today, this year. So that's pretty cool. And so
Well,
how do I,
it doesn't seem onerous at all.
Yeah. Oh, good.
18 is, I was like, really? Wow, but I learned something in every single one. So.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, no, me too. Yeah, it's been so much fun. And this will literally be the first time I teach during the summer. I've always taken it off, and I really have had so much fun this year with the Zoom class and with everybody. And I would have thought that literally teaching for 3 hours straight would have been so difficult, because normally it's, teach for an hour and then walk around and help people for 2 hours, in the classroom setting. So actually talking and presenting for 3 hours has been a great challenge and a lot of fun, and definitely made me think about each class a lot more, a lot more planning going in. And I know a lot of people really do miss the in-person, and I do too, but there's been so many advantages to this, as far as like people not being able to make it and watching the recordings, people being able to write, and having the Facebook page to communicate on has been really wonderful. Go ahead, Susan.
You're muted, Susan.
Still can't hear you, Susan. Sorry.
I love the Zoom class because I can get there on time.
Yeah.
And I don't have to schlep all my stuff to SA.
Right. And
But because I've been painting there 10 years, but I love it. But I also loved working that one time with you in person. But I had some questions. I am interested in the next 4 weeks. It's through OSA, right?
It will be through OSA. I will probably, after this class, write up my little proposal and submit it to them. So that's what
you said 15 people. I mean, does it really matter how many get on Zoom? Because I'm interested, but I don't
know. Truthfully, I need about 15 students to kind of make it worth my while, because normally in the summer I would be, plein air painting, doing a lot more hiking, instead of my gathering information for the long winter here.
Yeah.
That's kind of always how I've done it, is lots of hiking, lots of camping, lots of outdoor painting, and then that kind of gets me through the winter months. It's kind of like gathering my food stores for the.
Okay, so I like whatever you do. I want on.
Great.
I want to ask you a question. I'm trying to get to the Manuka one, and I need a dog sitter if anyone does dog sitting.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, if you know of anyone, then I could do the Manuka. But then also I found in my paints, I wrote you, but I'm a terrible typist. How do you use zinc white versus titanium white?
I don't use zinc white.
Okay. It seems stiffer than the titanium.
Yeah, I will mix zinc white with my titanium sometimes.
Oh, really?
But straight zinc white has a tendency to crack a lot more.
Okay, yikes.
Especially on canvas. If you're painting onto hard surfaces, panels and whatnot, then you're a lot safer with your zinc white. But yeah, zinc white is, it's maybe a little more historical, but it does have some qualities I don't quite like. So I just use titanium white for everything. It's kind of been the safest all around paint. There is, a bit of difference in the consistency and the temperature of the white.
Really?
There are reasons, but the truth is I haven't bought zinc white in probably over 10 years.
Well, okay, that solves the mystery, because the tube I have is 10 years old.
Okay.
I had
and you can use it, but use it on a panel. Don't use it on canvas.
Okay, thank you. Too late now, but thank you. I had to use tack to loosen it up. Okay.
That's a good question. Yeah. And So, class is just getting ready to start, and let
Okay.
me go see how many people we actually have here. It's
Saw
online.
your pictures online at the gallery on the coast. Beautiful. Oh, just beautiful. Did you have success there?
So far I've sold a bunch of little ones, but I have a bunch of big ones that I would sure like to find homes
Don't
for.
take
So,
it personally. Maybe they don't have walls.
yeah, well, yeah, probably. And it does take a little more time usually to sell the bigger ones. People want to measure their walls and everything else. And but the good news is one of my other galleries sold 2 big ones this
Oh,
last.
yay. Congratulations.
Yeah, so
Did
things
you
are
sell
moving
that
along.
beautiful cattle,
I'm sorry?
the water, not the water lilies, but did you sell that one?
The calla lilies?
Calla lilies.
I don't think so, not yet. So
Okay.
yeah, you just need to clear some space back there and
No. Move the bed out.
there you go.
Thank you for your information.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, but last week was really great. I sold 4 larger paintings last week alone. So that was nice. And that's what happens. You stockpile and load up the galleries, and sometimes it takes a minute. And sometimes they just fly away. But yeah, it's good. All the galleries are stocked up. I picked up a new gallery, a new old gallery. I'm going back to a gallery that I used to show up in Edmonds, Washington. And it's a beautiful little gallery called Cole Gallery. So I'll be painting 5 paintings for them. And then I'm out of vineyard paintings, evidently out at Art Elements Gallery in Newburgh. So I'll be painting vineyards coming up, which is always fun, but tough. I find them to be the hardest to paint. So yeah, let's talk really quickly while I've got a couple of you and people are still plugging in. As far as the 4-week class, well, first off, the workshop at Manuka is, I think there are 4 places left. So it is selling. So if anybody is interested in that, they sent me a little note saying you may want to tell people that it's selling. So anyways, 4 places left there. And then we have the 4-week workshop that we discussed last week in July. And it will be the same format. It will be Zoom classes, the 3 hours long. I think we'll start at 9 versus 9:30. I think everybody voted, or a lot of people voted for that. And they will be recorded just like this. So if you're going to miss 1 or 2, you can either just sign up for the classes that you can make, or you can sign up for all of them and get the videos. And I haven't checked recently. I just got home yesterday and, was running around like a crazy person, getting my hair cut and, all that. So I didn't do a lot of the school stuff I wanted to. Let's go to the discussion page. But I think that we discussed doing basically 2 weeks of design and composition and 2 weeks of color. And we can really be pretty open about it. So if people have great questions or interesting questions that are kind of universal, we can work on all of that. I think having it a little bit on the open side would be a lot of fun. You guys always ask such great questions that it's easy to go down a rabbit hole. And I think a lot of the questions are pretty universal. So, but I think if we have that as a loose guideline, just 2 design, composition, and color, I think that's a great jumping point. I will try to make the information fresh, meaning I won't present it exactly how I did in the first 2 series, so that people that are wanting to come back that maybe took those classes won't feel like it's too repetitive, and I'll hit it from a fresh angle. And we'll figure out the challenges as we get closer to it. But I think that would be a lot of fun. I think that'll, catch some people up. And then I got to figure out what to teach next year, how to present another line of classes. So anyways, and then I was thinking $160 for the 4 classes. So everybody who's interested in taking the class, kind of think that works or no?
I'm really happy with you're doing the design because I miss those classes.
Okay, and it's the most important. You can never, ever, ever get enough. That's why I love teaching that part so much, because I continue to learn. There's no end to all of it, but it really is the most important. It is the building blocks for everything else. So another quick question. Would you guys like me to start with a little bit of feedback on some of the paintings on our Facebook page first, or paint first?
Feedback.
Okay, so let's go ahead. Hey, Mary. Let's go ahead and pop over to our Facebook page. So I'm just going to do a screen share. All right. So hopefully everybody is seeing our group page here. All right. So yeah, we've got 15 people saying yes, they would like to continue taking the class. And I'm just going to pop over to our media section. And we have Barbara's tonalist painting here of her awesome llamas. This is a fun one. I just like that you made this I wonder if I can see everybody. When I'm doing screen share, I can only see a couple people. So if Barbara, if you are on here, let me know.
I'm here, Michael.
Good morning. A beautiful piece, really nice, interesting design. I like that you really focused in, like, very minimal background. It almost feels like a lot of the Western art where you get the, Indian silhouette up on its horse kind of a thing. It's very strong. So you did the acrylic painting and then glazed in with what appears to be kind of a purpley color.
Yes, I used French ultramarine and just thinned it down quite a bit. And I did a lot of spot glazing, and then I used a Q-tip with some paint thinner on it to clean up the white areas.
Very nice. And are you intending for this to be kind of a nocturne? Is this supposed
Yes,
to? Okay, go ahead.
it is a nocturne. Yes,
Okay,
and
great.
I might add some more glazes. In photographing it, I noticed that in the photos you see a lot of blue on the right side, but not on the left. It doesn't look so much that way in person, but still,
Sure.
it's something I probably want to correct.
Great. Yeah, I think it's really nice. Like I said, I love the design. I think it's really interesting, dynamic. What I might do if I were you is come back in with the blue glaze one more time back into the shadow areas. And possibly I'm thinking like on this side of I don't know if it's called a mane, but on the neck hair, and that way you've got this nice kind of silhouette of light showing on the legs and stuff, but it gets lost in this part of the mane. So if you want to darken this just a touch, I think we'll make it get that kind of back glow that much more, make it that much more interesting and dynamic. And then I think it might be fun to even bring in a touch of maybe the quinacridone red or something so that there's a bit of color showing up, maybe a tiny bit of it around the edges. If you wanted to have a little bit of contrast between color temperature as well. But otherwise, yeah, it's really nice. Any questions or feedback from anybody? All right, beautiful.
Thank you.
And Denise, I think I saw you on there. Are you around, Denise? Does anybody see the group? Is Denise there?
Denise is there. She's listening.
Okay, Denise, all right, if you can talk, feel free to chime in. But if not, oh, there you are, huh?
Yeah, here I am.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so this is your Illuminist piece.
Yes.
Great. Beautiful. I loved the black and white version of this, but wow, it really, really came to life. Nice job. Beautiful, beautiful colors and warms and cools, even sense of depth. You might want to come in and describe a couple of these. Foreground grass is a touch more, so that not all of the edges are treated the same all throughout. But that's up to you. It kind of works because definitely the focal point is up in here, and then you get this nice, interesting clouds here. So having this kind of nondescript can work for sure. It allows the eye to just kind of skip past it and get to the fun, interesting colors back here.
Thank you. I was wondering about that. I didn't know if I should, you know, emphasize those foreground grasses with more detail.
It can be tough. Yeah. So that's definitely a judgment call on your part. So you can, for sure, you know, you wouldn't have to overdo it, just describing some of them. But that is completely up to you. It may be a place to add some interesting design, you know, grasses that are doing something specific, you know, as far as directionally leading the eye or something like that. Or maybe you even could bring some of these cool purples down as if there's some kind of vegetation differences, you know, colors. But that is completely up to you. Like I said, that would bring the eye down into this lower third of the painting, maybe more than you want it to. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to say one way is better than the other. That's just kind of something to think about. I also might contemplate glazing in a tiny bit of warmth kind of back here, just for, again, drawing the eye back. And it would just be a little bit of maybe the Indian yellow, or you could even bring in some of the pinks or whatever. And that's also a judgment call, because in truth, the light doesn't always, you know, work like that. The other thing I was contemplating when I was looking at it is just a slight band of pink right along the hills, maybe a little bit of it coming down into the area below the sun, setting sun, right in there. I think could be really interesting. Gosh, I mean, your transition of colors are just outrageous. You should be so happy. Really beautiful. I even love like the little bit of muddying of color over here. Really works, again, to keep our eye kind of focused on these beautiful colors over here. My only true critique of the painting, if I may, is that this is kind of quite the tangent, where the clouds never dip behind those trees. They just barely touch upon them over and over and over.
Mhm.
So it looks as if the trees and the clouds are affecting each other, when in fact these clouds should be quite a ways behind, I'm guessing, back, you know, far away behind these trees. So if you wanted to bring a tree up in front a little bit, or the clouds down below, or whatever, but you do notice that the clouds follow the U shape of the trees.
Okay, yeah, I see that now. Yeah.
So
I should
however you
put
want to
the-
do it. And then this cloud does appear to end almost exactly. It doesn't, I mean, I know that it's going back behind it, but it almost feels like it boink touches that tree and stops. That's really fun. Yeah, those are, you know, tangents that happen in everybody's paintings, but something to be aware of. And then, yeah, I mean, it's a minor thing, so you can change it, you know, deal with it if you want, or you can ignore it. And I'm sure nobody is going to complain, because it's a beautiful piece. Any questions?
Thank you.
Feedback from you?
No, I just have to comment that I'm surprised that it turned out, because I didn't think I understood how it worked until I did it. I really didn't know how it was going to turn out.
So tell me really quickly, you did the black and white, and then you did glaze in? I never saw a glazing layer.
Last night I mixed a few colors. I started with the Indian yellow and anything that was transparent, put that in. And then I kind of figured that I would get mud if I put the yellow over the, like I knew that cloud was going to be purple. So I just started glazing, trying to do that transition where you go from yellow to orange to pink to lilac so you don't get mud. I just didn't know how I was going to go. I just was trying to figure it out as I went along.
You nailed it. I mean, look at the subtle gradation in the water as it comes towards the cools towards us. I mean, that's tricky, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, I was wondering if I was going to get mud right there.
Yeah, so this, I was curious if I was being clear on how I'm using the glazing. So from the black and white, then I'll glaze in, and then I go back in, and because the glaze just kind of gives me an overall tone and kind of a harmony to start with, I then go in and do use thicker paint, just like Denise has done here. So that I was excited to see that you didn't, you know, glaze and then only glaze. So this is kind of the idea behind where I would like to take the paintings that I've been doing with the black and whites as well. So really, yeah, really nice. And I think you got a pretty sound understanding of how the colors go towards each other without getting too muddy. And where it is a little bit muddy, it's totally effective. You know what I mean? We shouldn't, like, little grayed down areas can definitely be useful because our eye's just not as attracted to it, right? So we're just kind of like, over here is not as important, kind of up in this corner is not as important, over in here, over in here. So where that happened, well played, or lucky, or whatever, we'll take it.
Yeah, thank you, Michael.
Yeah, anybody else have anything really quickly?
Well, I just learned something because I thought we were supposed to continually glaze. I didn't think we were to go from glazing and then go into thicker paint. So I just learned something. Thank you.
Yeah, and I was worried that I wasn't very clear on that. Yeah, what I was trying to show was that glazing can be used throughout the painting. Most people just glaze at the very, very end, which is, you know, how I was taught and everything else. But through all the years of playing and experimenting with it, and you don't even have to glaze. You can literally just go from that black and white to just covering it with paint. That's, you know, a great and sound way to do it. The black and white is just a way to get our design and composition and values established so that when we get to the colors, we have a great roadmap and we can have more fun with our colors and more fun with our brush strokes because we're breaking it up or chunking the painting into its component pieces and we're building it up. And today I'm going to completely do it in a different way, just to show you how I would approach it. You know, if I was outdoors painting and didn't have, you know, acrylic paints in 3 days to sit and wait and all the things. So anyways, great. Let's see here. Photo reference from Michelle. Michelle, are you on today?
Yes, I am.
All right, good to see you. Is this the one that's kind of your finished version here?
Oh, it's not finished. It's actually just beginning. I'm going to try to make it more impressionistic and put more paint and strokes, and I just haven't had as much time.
Sure. So that's kind of your design, almost kind of lay in of big shapes, big colors, getting into this. I posted a couple references from in our media area of California Impressionism. And you may benefit from looking into some of Edgar Payne's work, Edgar Payne. And also William Wendt, William and then Wendt. They both are really have these beautiful and interesting trees in their paintings. I mean, Edgar Payne's more known for his mountains and his boat paintings. But I think that may be interesting to see how they do these cool little twisty, interesting tree shapes. So anyways, nice start, beautiful colors. You can see where it's going to be going. Yeah, what I'm going to suggest you do as you get towards the Impressionists is cover all of this.
Yeah.
Just use this as your roadmap, have fun, and don't try to retain all the, you know, minute skinny branches and everything. Just, you know, literally what the word implies. What's the impression of this? So yeah, great. I think you have off to a good start. The colors are beautiful. I love the contrast between the warms and the cools and everything else. And yeah, just be brave, dive in, have fun, and I'll be curious to see it. All right, we got Susan. Are you on the line today? Don't think I saw Susan. This was a bold idea to paint, and she's done a really nice job. There it is. Yeah, she's kind of simplified. And I really was so taken by the warm shadows. That is such an interesting thing. So a lot of times, you guys, when we get this cooler light sources, we actually can play up our shadows and have warm shadows. Where the light's reflecting and bouncing around, and you can even see the light coming from behind, hitting on, let's say, the backside of this tree and reflecting onto the front of this tree. And especially, like, I mean, I see that a lot in the desert areas and stuff. I can't remember where Susan said this was from, but anyways, that's really fun to see. And something that some of you might want to experiment with is cool light, warm shadows. She's really played it up here. I applaud her because I think that's braver than I would be going into this, but it works, doesn't it? It really has a nice, interesting idea. I know that these two weird circles are in the reference. It's two round bushes before I don't know, a doorway. What's that?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. But here it really looks like some strange automobile, two tires. And so that's something that when in doubt, take it out or, modify it to, I might just take the bushes and make them not so round, maybe bring them down towards the bottom or make them greener, make them somehow a little more obvious, because that would be, if without the reference, I don't think I would comprehend quite what I was looking at there. But otherwise, yeah, bold, beautiful. Susan has been doing some really neat work. It's been fun having her in the class and watching what she's doing. Jan, this is so beautiful. Jan, are you here today? All right, well, this is a very airy and romantic painting right now. And this is an example of a high key painting. Oh, there you are, Jan.
I just unmuted. I think it is, I think it was a Van Gogh, and I've lost the picture, but it had a woman sitting in front and some buildings in back, and I just left all those out.
Yeah, great. I really like the fact that this is high key. And do you know what I mean by high key?
No.
Okay, so again, if we think musicality, and you think on the left side of the piano, the high notes, and think of those as like the lighter colors, the brighter colors. And then on the right side of the keyboard, we have the low notes, the bum, bum, bum. Think of those as like the shadows and the darks and the heavier things in our paintings. So this is a high key painting. There's no, if we look to the edge over here to the black, there's nothing even near that dark. And I really like when people paint low key and high key paintings. I mean, there's a lot of room to paint, all the values and all in your paintings, but to see a high key painting that's pretty effective and works in a harmony and to convey a mood or atmosphere, I think is really neat. So I think, yeah, I really like that this feels romantic. It feels airy. It feels slightly ethereal, and using all my vocabulary on this one. So sorry for the next people critiquing. I'm out.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a great start. Is this your tonalist or your luminist or your impressionist?
Impressionist.
All right, good answer.
With some luminosity.
There you go, with a slight tonalist leaning as well. Yeah, perfect. Great job.
Thank you.
And Susan, I thought I saw Susan on there. This was really fun to see how it evolved. I remember when Susan shared the black and white earlier, and it was so almost borderline abstract, but I think Susan kind of had the idea. She was like, okay, these are the big shapes, the bold shapes. I couldn't tell what was going to happen in the foreground, but it really resolved itself nicely. Susan says she's a week behind, but I say that this could almost be Impressionism and Luminism. There's a lot of nice, juicy, Impressionist style brush strokes in there, especially in the water and things. Has a great feel. And it was, again, just really nice to see how it evolved. I think that these darks could be slightly less dark in here, because it kind of like, there's our darkest dark down here in the left corner between the yellow flowers. And then all of a sudden that dark appears again. When things are near the water and the surf, a lot of times you're going to get a little more atmosphere, a little more mist. So I think they could be a little bit lighter if Susan wants to go back in. And then this.
I actually did lighten them up quite a bit. In the photo, they're quite dark.
Sure.
Yeah, so I just thought, I don't know, I thought it was part of the drama.
And it can be. That's just it, right? I mean, that's what's so neat about painting, is we can push and pull and do whatever we want, because that does become kind of the focal point in this area, because you have this strong dark and light contrast, right? Our eye is definitely drawn in here. You have interesting details, beautiful brush strokes, and then it kind of comes to here. I mean, our eye really does move across this painting nicely. One thing I might suggest, and maybe I overuse this suggestion too much, is where the sun is blasting down against dark objects, it is going to obliterate their edges and create kind of a glow on them. So you may look to some reference paintings. I think we had one in the Illuminist painting group on the group page. But I would think about either making some kind of a glow on this, softening the edges. Our eye just cannot focus. That light, when it hits the water with the strong glare, makes
Yeah.
it really hard for our eye to focus on the contrast between the darks and the lights. And when the
Right.
light is so strong, the darks generally lose the battle
Mhm.
and lose their form and structure a little bit. And it's a really cool effect. I might suggest looking at Amy Erickson's work for some great examples. She actually teaches a course on that very effect, or teaches a one-day class. It's AIMEE Erickson. And I think just on her website, you'll see some examples where she has like figures standing on the beach against the strong, strong glare of the light reflecting in the water. And they're just beautiful.
Right.
Great job though. Again, this was really fun to watch the progression, and I'm really thrilled that you stuck with it. How did you feel about that, painting over a black and white design like that?
Yeah, I really did enjoy it. It's nice to have the values in there, you know.
Great. Yeah, so something I say in a lot of my classes or workshops is, once you get the design composition down, then you establish your values, and then I pre-mix my colors, and then I'm off to the races, right? I've like done all the heavy lifting, and then, painting is hard, but that sure does make it a lot easier. And our brain is just focusing on each component part at a time. The truth is, when you go out and paint, like if you're painting plein air or you're doing any of these other things, you don't get to do that, right? You have to paint all of the different things at the same time. So I'm not saying this is the only way to paint, but I think as we learn and we start to figure out all these different pieces, I think that taking them piece by piece can be really useful. And again, I just have so much fun. I love sitting down and doing like 4 or 5 black and white designs at a time, and then coming back in and worrying about color and brush strokes on top, because yeah, my brain is just sort of at peace a little bit. It's not, how do I do all of these things all at one time? You've broken this big project up into pieces. So really, anyways, be proud, nice job. Here's the painting that Kate's gonna let me paint today. Oh, Mary, I love this. I saw you, Mary, coming in. Are you able to talk at all?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yes, this has been another one that's been fun to watch you work on for a little while. And I don't know, you're saying abstract oil painting for this week. Did you mean Impressionist?
Yes, actually, my inspiration was flowers on lily pads.
Huh. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, what a cool angle and interesting, subject matter. Looking down, there's no horizon line, there's no trees and creeks, and there's nothing Mike Orwick in this painting. But really neat. I really love and when you wrote that it's abstract, I'm like, yeah, I guess I could definitely see some abstraction in here. But it was fun to see you using paint, having clean, crisp lines in areas, and then soft lines, your transition of colors from the pinks to the blues to the yellows, really interesting. And you can see from the texture that there's a lot of paint in a lot of these areas. You do have some transparent paint in some of the skin areas and things like that. And it's a nice, and even in this child's shirt over here looks nice and abstract and transparent. And then again, contrasting that with the thicker areas of paint, like look at the shirt over here, look at all that texture. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And I like that it's kind of refined, but at the same time kind of retains some of the sketchiness that I always like about your paintings, that they're kind of, they're not overly described. And I like that. I really always appreciated that about your work. So yeah, what would you like to add or ask about this painting so far?
Well, thank you for that. I actually was inspired by something you said to me 3 classes ago when we first started, you said you wondered what I was going to do with your class because I didn't really like defined edges, which was an alert to me that I should try defined edges. And so this is my last painting where I tried to at least see if I learned what you meant by defined edges.
I think it's really nice. I think that a couple, now maybe in this next one, what I'd like to see is a combination a little more. I do think that this has some lost edges, but like this really strong dark going back here, I don't think that needs to be as refined, and maybe all the cobblestones needn't be quite as defined. So what I would suggest or urge you to do, if that's something that's interesting to you, is for the next one, see where you can have crisp, sharp edges and see where you can lose some edges, and just think of the poetry of the piece. Think of how do you want the viewer's eyes to travel around. Like if these cobblestones down here in the bottom left were a little bit softer, I think that would help keep the viewer kind of within this natural space. But my eye does kind of want to wander over there because you have such strong lines kind of leading me out a little bit. So different things like that. Maybe the top of this child's head could be a little less crisp. And, because those sharp contrasty lines near the edge do sometimes have a tendency to want to lead the viewer out and about a little bit. So, because in this one, this is definitely the focus, right? I mean, the kids are looking there, the eyes make this nice frame.
Yes.
So just kind of think of that, whatever subject you choose. But anyways, I appreciate you taking on the challenge, and it was fun to see what you came up with that. And again, it's really nice to see a lot of different type of brushwork within one painting from you. So very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else have anything quickly to add to that one? All right. Okay. Karen, did you make it to class today? Can't remember if Karen was going to watch the video.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Karen. Thanks for sharing your reference drawing from somebody. I can't remember who you said that was by.
Catherine Brown.
But anyways, beautiful little charcoal or lead-based drawing there. How do I go back? Okay, great. And then you did your own version of it and did it in a Impressionist painting style. So let me talk about that for a second, because typically a lot of times when I think of Impressionism, I think of big and bold and strong, brush strokes and color, and you have that. But at the same time, you retained this very romantic or poetic, I don't want to say romantic, but, very poetic image of softness and light. And look at this, you're letting this whole edge disappear is so important to this picture, because it really does keep us in here. And even the top of the head becomes diffuse. The ear almost just bleeds off into the background. And I think that takes a lot of bravery. And yeah, so nice job really keeping us in here in the focal area and what's important. And yeah, it's impressive that it's big, thick, juicy, and almost kind of sharp, jaggedy brush strokes, but it doesn't feel, I don't know, it feels soft. It feels gentle. So interesting and nice job on that one. What would you like to add about that? Maybe I was way off base. Just kidding.
No, I'm just having fun experimenting. I know I'm like the beginner in the class. This is just really fun to be challenged to do new crazy stuff. So thank you.
Yeah, good job. One of my favorite parts is where the sheep and the person's face meet up, and you didn't feel like you had to throw in strong contrasting lines. I might urge you to look a little bit to the fingers where they feel a little bit outlined, like you didn't quite trust us. The color would be enough. Don't worry. I mean, I spent years outlining my paintings. It really took one gentleman, illustrator guy, taking me under his wing a little bit and just constantly saying, trust the viewers, trust the viewers. Having a color contrast is enough. Having a value contrast is enough. Or maybe things can bleed into each other like you did with the ear here, like you didn't put an outline around the ear. And it's hard to do. It is really hard. I mean, especially if I came from a cartooning background and, you know, I thought I was going to be a comic book artist for the beginning half of my life. And so outlines were so natural to me. But now as I progress, hopefully as a painter, I'm losing that. I'm able to just trust the viewer either to know that there's an end and beginning or that it doesn't matter. So anyways, nicely played, nicely played. And then your other one here, this actually looks like one of Monet's earlier paintings. Did you base it on an early Monet painting?
I based it on something I saw at the Portland Art Museum, and it was in the Impressionist section. So, but I never got the artist's name. So probably, maybe.
Yeah, this is such a great way to just play with the paint, right? It doesn't look like it's too big of a painting. It doesn't look too complicated, but it looks like you just had fun throwing down some paint. I mean, the brush strokes in here. I mean, look at that cast shadow under your clouds. That is a juicy brush stroke right there. And then you're allowing, you know, just kind of the colors to kind of come and go. And down here, I mean, we've got yellow, red, green, purple, all beside each other. Now I want everybody to squint your eyes at that corner and look what happens. It takes on a fourth color or a fifth color. It kind of becomes a grayed version of itself. That's called optical mixing. And that is something we're going to be going over a lot today. So that's kind of the next step in our Impressionist painting is optical mixing. And that's where the eye takes two colors that are close to each other. It's a broken brush stroke. And then because they're right next to each other, it makes another color out of it. And that is, oh man, I remember when I kind of discovered that. And I thought it was just magic. I kind of went crazy on that concept for like a year. Optical mixing and broken brushwork. Strangely hard to say for me.
I have a question for Karen.
Oh, go ahead, Karen.
Excuse me, Karen, did you use a medium to get that paint to be thick like that?
Nope. I emptied some tubes of paint. Just imagining
Nice
I was rich.
It looks very impressionistic. It's really nice.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if I were to give some feedback and critique on this, I would look to this super crisp edge up here on the top of the mountain range. It kind of works because it kind of becomes the focal point, like everything kind of comes into this area. But you don't want to blend because it's an Impressionist painting, right? We don't want to blend to make a soft edge. So what you would do is, again, the optical mixing, where you would kind of mix some in-between layers of color where this and that kind of come together, and you can just do it right on the top. I would suggest you look at Joaquin Sororia and John Singer Sargent for edge transitions. They're not known as Impressionist painters, but they should be because they use so many beautiful Impressionistic tenets in their paintings. So yeah, look for, that's something I think we should all do as we're looking at the Impressionist paintings of, you know, the masters and other people throughout the next week or however long, is look at how do Impressionists handle edges. Some of them, like William Wendt, will have lots of sharp edges. And actually Wendt will lose edges too. Maybe I can pop over there later. Anyways, fun. I'm proud of you for just putting some darn paint down and making some interesting brush marks. My other suggestion, so optical mixing, right? And then the other suggestion is if you can, if you're able to stand up when you paint or at least scoot away from the painting a little bit, I would like you to paint with your shoulder, not your wrist. Okay. And I think you did in here. I can see some of these big blue streaks across the top. I can picture you literally turning your body. So we're not using our wrist, we're using our shoulders or our body to paint a little bit. I don't expect you to do it the whole painting, but man, if you do, you're gonna have fun and you're gonna get a workout. But I would like you to experiment with that. I know I keep throwing all these challenges like, you know, hold it like a conductor and hold it at the end of the brush and load it with a lot more paint. And now I'm throwing in, let's paint with our shoulders, you know, maybe with your elbow, with your shoulder, or maybe even your body, where you kind of hold your arm out and move your body. Interesting, different ways to do it.
Very quick.
Yeah.
Just a technical one. Is Impressionism part of abstraction, or is it considered completely isolated from it? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I like to think that I mean, they are separate. They're considered separate in the history books. If anybody in the class knows more about that, please chime in, because I'm not the, as far as the history of it all goes. But no, they are considered separate, and I'll just say that until somebody argues with me. But the cool thing about Impressionism is that they're utilizing abstract brushwork, right? That's what's so neat about Impressionism, is when you get close to it, it disintegrates, right? It just falls apart into these big, juicy, interesting brush marks. And it takes stepping back, right? It takes 15 feet of separation between you and the painting, or even across the room. Did I tell the story about my daughter seeing Monet for the first time in the gallery when she was like 3 or 4? She was, it was a big lily pad painting. I would say it was at least 4 foot by 4 foot, maybe even bigger, in Portland Art Museum. And she was up close as she should get. And it's like, it's nothing. And then I kind of grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her back to the back of the room. She's like, oh, it's lily pads. And then she ran back up, it's nothing. And then just kept going back and forth like that. To everybody in the room was, well, I thought they were all delighted by her sheer cuteness, but maybe they weren't. But she just kept doing it. It reminded me of Grover from Sesame Street, when he'd run right up to the camera close and then run way far. But it's a good reminder that our paintings, especially Impressionist paintings, are not meant to be viewed from right on top of them, right? If you are painting and you're just like, oh my gosh, this is nothing, it looks horrible, it's not meant to be viewed at your arm's distance. And especially if you're hugging up, if you're really up close to your painting, you know, a brush length away, that's not how it's meant to be viewed. That's how realism, photorealism, is meant to be viewed. Our paintings are meant to be viewed beyond an extended arm length away. And I like to say a good 15 feet. That's when they come together. That's where the magic happens. That's where the optical mixing happens. That's where these big, juicy brushwork can work together and become a thing. So anyways, maybe that will help some of you. The black and white of Denise, very nice to see. And what a difference, right? This looks like it could have turned into a dreary, cold day. And yeah, you lit it up. Beautiful. Oh, Kathleen, this was fun to see. I showed this to my buddy in Colorado, and he thought it was my painting, actually. He really liked it a lot.
Wow, that was a compliment.
It's definitely Kate's painting, but I showed him the one I did and this one, and he thought it was just like part 1 and part 2. I think the colors came out really beautifully. Look at that broken brushwork. I know it's to convey the idea of the like ripples on the water, but it goes beyond that, because it really works with the dappled brushwork in the lily pads and everything else. This is a very kind of a stylized type of Impressionism. It almost borders on pointillism, which is definitely one of, what was that artist's name? Seurat? No, who did the pointillism and stuff. Yeah, this was a fun one to see when it popped up. It definitely has an impressionistic leaning. I mean, the theme. I like what you said about the trees, that you edited out the pine trees and just kind of went with these, because what a nice contrast, right? These thin, spindly, broken lines compared to these big, thick, circular shapes. So it really plays nicely together. I don't have a whole lot of feedback. Maybe in the next Impressionist painting, I might see if I can challenge you to maybe not quite do so much pointillism, just so that you're varying your brushwork a tiny bit more in the next one.
Okay. Well, this was hard for me because I usually am a blender and I'm so skimpy with paint that this was a great departure for me. So it was a challenge.
It doesn't look labored to me. Okay. It looks fresh and airy, and I think your dark edges are just the right amount. Like these kind of fade back and away. What size is this? 16 by 20.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I like it. I think it was a lot of fun, and maybe because I do know that about your work, And you and I are the same, right? We both like our real soft edges. We like to brush out things. And so this was, anyways, nice to see, nicely done.
Thank you.
The colors may become, because I was looking at it on my phone before. If I squint my eyes down, there could be maybe a little bit of variation. Maybe you can, if you want. I like that it's got so much harmony, but if you want the lily pads to differentiate a little more, maybe they could with something, I don't know, maybe touches of kind of a reddish color or something, but it's really not necessary because it does have such a nice harmony. Yeah, anybody have any feedback on that?
I was noticing in the bottom left corner, that lily pad and the one next to it, how it's so soft. It almost looks like the camera is blurring it out, where some of the ones to the right have more of they're more in focus. And I just think that's remarkable that, you know, that it almost feels like my eye is defocusing that front part, but it's the paint. And that's remarkable to me.
Great point, Michelle. And I want to talk to that, if I may, before Kate says, oh, that was an accident. I'm just going to pretend it was totally purposeful. And so in the classroom setting, this is really easy to do. And I talk about this a lot, about how humans see versus how cameras see. And I think that's kind of what Michelle was pointing to, is if you are focusing in on this beautiful lily flower here, your eye will obliterate the edges of everything around it. An easy way to think about it is, let's say you're talking to a group of 4 people kind of standing around, and you turn to Karen, and Karen's talking and everybody's looking at Karen. All of a sudden, Karen is in focus, and Mary, Denise, and myself are out of focus. Just slightly, you can still tell we're there in the group, but we're out of focus. And then if I start talking, as if I ever stop, you all of a sudden look to me and I'm in focus. And maybe even it's just my eyes and my mouth are in focus, maybe not my, you know, the area around that. So that's how humans see. When we take photos, the camera sees everything fairly equally, unless you're, you know, manipulating the camera. And so, yeah, that's a great point, that when you have focal points, and this is a little bit, Mary, what I was talking about with your painting too, about when you have an area you want them to focus in on, because my eye definitely goes here. You got the contrast, you got some sharper edge, and here, right? That's where the edges are. So my eye kind of bounces back and forth first, like it goes, and then you see these interesting little spindly shapes and different contrasts, and then my eye begins to wander around. Yeah, and like this, my eye almost doesn't even make it over here, which can be really useful. And this is a funny thing too about perspective. This is a different point. So that point is done. New point is that if you look at this closely, it appears that we're standing directly over these two and looking right down at them, whereas these appear to go back into space. That may be in a normal circumstance, I maybe would have kind of pointed that out and said, you know, you may want to have it all going back into space. But the truth is that Monet did this a ton, where part of his paintings appeared like you're looking down at him. And then he would have his perspective in that a lot. And the Japanese woodblock artists that really inspired Monet a lot did that a lot. And then Cezanne, I don't know if we consider Cezanne an impressionist or where he kind of falls into everything, but he did a lot of broken color paintings, and he did the same thing. He would actually be up on a ladder painting and then get down off the ladder, and you know, his viewpoint's completely different, and he would just keep working on the same painting. He did that even in his little still lifes, where he'd be standing up for a while painting, and then all of a sudden he'd sit down to work on his, I mean, this is only my guess of why it did this, but he would just keep working it, and you'd get these very varying angles of perspective. So anyways, just wanted to point that out. Great job, Kate.
Thank you.
Maureen, are you on here? I'm having a hard time remembering who said that we're gonna be able to make
I
it.
am on.
Great. All right. This is beautiful. And what's funny is I don't know if you've had a chance to work on it, but I know that this is, I think, that reference with the bright, bright, bright pink sky. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
It's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
It'll be interesting to see what I do.
Yeah. I will tell you something I've learned over the while doing it is when I want really bright, pure colors, I don't even generally put very much of the gray at all, because it'll definitely mix. So like if you want that bright, bright pink, As soon as it goes over this gray, it's going to start to lean purple a little bit. So
Okay,
just so
got
you
it.
know, but that's okay because you can then go back over, just like, well, you can go just like Denise did, go back over it then with thicker, purer paint, and make any of the areas that you want brighter, brighter. So I think you have a good start. This was an interesting design. It was a beautiful night out painting with a group of friends. And all of a sudden, for a very short while, that sky just did that crazy magenta thing. And I haven't actually even painted from any of those references of that like 2 minutes of light effect.
It's beautiful.
And it was on my birthday. It was July 13th. So it was cool.
Oh, yeah. It looks almost unreal, like it's been photoshopped to make it look so great, but it grabbed me right away.
Oh, good. Well, I'm good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'll be curious to see what happens. And, you know, you hold to the photo or, you know, make it your own. And anyways, a nice kind of a basic, interesting design, right? It's just got a couple big shapes. And then you got a lot of variation in the higher key areas. Great. I look forward to seeing it. I won't stick too much because I don't think anything's really wrong with your design or anything else. I think this is a good beginning to hopefully a great painting. You have any
Thank
questions
you.
at all?
When would you use an acrylic glaze and then go to painting with oil or go oil glaze?
So the truth is that demo in class was the first and only time I've ever done acrylic glazing.
Yes.
And that was just kind of a group experiment. If you watched that and said, that's neat, then you could do acrylic glazing. I didn't quite love it. But I understand oil so much more. So I probably personally wouldn't do acrylic glazing unless for a specific reason.
Yeah.
I did that more for the acrylic painters in the class that maybe
I see.
Be glazing with oils. Because the truth is oil glazing dries almost as fast as acrylic glazes take to cure.
Oh, okay. Sure.
So yeah, that's kind of up to you. But now, like, don't go out, if you're an oil painter, don't go buy any special acrylic mediums or anything so that you can do that unless, yeah, for me, I wouldn't. I think you're
No, I have acrylics, but after having worked with them for a while, I realized how much I loved oil.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking the acrylics as the underpainting with the black and white and going back and forth. But yeah, much beyond that, I haven't, like when I stopped doing acrylics, I rarely missed them.
Yeah.
But I do see their advantage. And I actually I actually contemplated doing today's Impressionist painting with acrylics. But I thought, oh, that's one step too far. I can't experiment in front of the class every week.
Right.
So, but maybe in the next 4-week class, maybe I'll try it once or twice before, because I sure think that could be a lot of fun. Where, you know, I'm not gonna blend edges at all with an acrylic painting if I don't want to. So anyways, that may be something that I experiment with, and depending on the group, if we've got some, you know, if everybody's got some acrylic paint, maybe that'll be a fun thing to do. All right.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for all the input on the class participants, because I think I learned as much from that as your actual teaching and the students as well. What beautiful work is on here.
Yeah, what a good thing of you to say, because that's very true. And that's one of the things I was worried about missing in the Zoom class versus the Zoom class versus the group class, because it's true. If you have like 10 people sitting around you, all different levels, all trying different things, it is so fun and educational just to stand up and walk around and see what people are doing. And I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm cheating and stealing from my students as much as I'm sharing, because I just walk around and I learn so much. You know, sure, some of it's what to not do, but there's a lot of what to do as well. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. That is great. And this group has been fantastic. I mean, you guys are busy little beavers on that Facebook page. There's so much great information. And yeah, when you look on here, you know, 4 comments on I've seen some of you guys' comments get to like up to 9 comments where people are going back and forth and giving ideas. And that's really neat, especially when I check out for a whole week and to come back and go, oh, they didn't miss me. They were still doing all this stuff. So really neat. Barbara, I'm gonna go ahead and skip by this one since I already covered. A great start, and I think you're further than this now, right?
That's right. It looks a lot different now. I've made the greens a lot prettier and worked on the vines, and
Cool.
everything looks different.
Yeah, I'm not going to do too much on this one, but I look forward to seeing it when you post it on the Facebook page. Let me get out of here and just see. I think we've spent quite a bit of time talking. Does anybody that I didn't get to have any pertinent? Oh, this one. Maria, are you on here? This I just thought was really neat to see. Maria's doing some really beautiful work. This is such a great example, though, of the edge quality with the sharp, crisp edges and some information. And as it gets lost and softer and gets back. And then I really love the use of, this is definitely a cool painting with just this little hint of warmth kind of right through it. And that's almost an abstract design, right? Where it's cool band, warm band, and then a great big cool shape. You could definitely see this as a beautiful abstraction. And it's cool that you can actually tell that this is like the steel, like on trucks, like that texture. And yeah, nice, just the right amount of detail and information without over describing things in the trees, and then having this big soft area back here. So anyways, I wanted to make sure I commented on that. I really like this one a lot. And back to that. Anybody that I didn't talk about that really has some good questions or an important question to move forward? I think I was able to comment on most of these. All right, yeah, that's back to last week for the most part. Oh, Sherry, are you in the class? Man, that is really cool what's going on up here. Really interesting. You can see the some of the underpainting, but really coming across with some strong and bold colors and interesting different shapes. I love the negative shapes in between these trees. I might try to vary the colors a little more because it feels kind of like it's the same green throughout, the same orange throughout. You might kind of want to figure out which areas possibly warmer, which areas are a little cooler, and kind of focus in on one or the other. But nice, yeah, really great shapes up here. I would almost just want to crop this painting right like here, just cut it and just have this top part. I don't know if the bottom part's quite as successful for me, but beautiful. And Sully, I think, yeah, I'm gonna keep moving, but nice job, Sully, good start. I'm gonna come back and I'll try to write comments and stuff on any of them that I missed. Really quickly to the media section, I only posted a very few California Impressionist paintings, and I'm not even gonna talk about them too much, besides quickly just showing the broken brushwork and talking about Edgar Payne. So this is Brian Blood, a living artist. He doesn't do, like his paintings, I don't know if they're really considered Impressionism all the time. He definitely has some that are more than others, but like this big flat area to me doesn't feel like Impressionism. But then you get up here and there's a lot of broken brushwork and different edge quality. So Brian Blood, I like his work a lot. Somebody you might want to look into. This is an artist named David Mensing, sorry. I just see his work from time to time on Pinterest popping up. I don't always love it, but I do find the use of palette knife and really strong contrasting colors, green right next to red, and different things like that to be pretty interesting. I thought it might, I just went ahead and added his work just because I thought for some of you that are more on the dynamic, colorful side that you might like looking at his work. And again, I just don't really teach palette knife. I don't feel comfortable enough doing it myself. Sometimes my palette knife paintings turn out wonderfully, but you see like 1 out of 10 of those because mostly they don't.
Would you consider him a colorist?
I definitely would consider him a colorist, yeah.
And Michael, what's his name again?
It's David, and then Mensing.
Thank you.
All right, so this painting right here, strangely enough, kind of changed the course of my painting career. This is Edgar Payne, Edgar Payne. He's one of my favorite painters of all time. California Impressionist for sure. There's a book called The Scenic Journey, That's really a great book that's quite affordable for a big hardbound hardcover book. But I don't know. I mean, just the fact that it was impressionistic brushwork. I was just beginning as a painter, and I loved the transitions and the colors as they go across from these top-lit sails. I don't know what it was. It just blew my mind in this rusty red versus this turquoise blues, but it all seemed harmonious and not like overly gaudy. I just really liked his work. So that really sent me down a rabbit hole right before I graduated college is when I discovered his work. And yeah, for a little while I was kind of going towards his work. And then I fell in love with the tonalists, and as it goes, one thing leads to the next thing, leads to the next thing. But every time I bump back into some Edgar Payne paintings, I'm like, oh man, I got to get back into these juicy brush marks and not just blending out my edges, but actually mixing that color and putting it down, and mixing that color, putting it down, mixing that color, putting it down. Anyways, there's going to be a couple more of his. Another one of his little sketches. He did a lot of these boats, and then he moved and did a lot of the Sierra Mountains in California. So anyways, I just grabbed a couple of those. Here's one of his tree paintings. And this is kind of one I was thinking about, I think for Michelle, might want to look at a little bit. This is not my favorite style of his. This is almost getting it back into the pointillism, right? It does feel like a lot of the same mark being made over and over and over throughout. But it's got some really neat things, and it's fun to see how he put in the branches and then painted the sky around them. So when he wanted thin, he kind of just squeezed up against it a little closer. It's going to be very important for all of us when we're painting this way to clean our brush often, because when you're painting up against an edge, you're gonna pick up some of that edge. So just simply giving your brush a good squeeze between forefinger and thumb with a paper towel once or twice will generally do it. It doesn't mean you have to dip it into your paint thinner and swish it and do all that. It doesn't need to be that clean, because we're going to be using our soft brush strokes, right? We're going to barely be touching the canvas. This is what's his name, Eric Bowman. He lives in Portland, but he was raised in California. I'm lucky enough to own like 4 of his paintings, I think. And you look at this and you wouldn't think Impressionist, but that's as much as it's going to let me zoom in. But if you guys get a chance, go and look at some of his work. And if you can zoom in, you will see that there's almost never like blending, a little bit over here, but everything is broken brushwork, and he's just mixing these colors so beautifully. Right now he's doing a lot of Western scenes. I bought it when he was doing jazz scenes. He went through a series of, this is actually his neighbor, and he just thought she looked like a beautiful old, Russian lady. And so he did a series of her, and I just really love it. If you, again, get the opportunity, it's not going to let me zoom in. But if you get the opportunity to come in and then look at this fabric. What color is that fabric? It is white, right? We know that it's white. There is no white in this. He's got green, pink, purple, light blue. I mean, it's so amazing to me. I'm, friends with him, and I'm lucky enough to see his paintings in his studio, and it just amazes me, his use of color. Here's, I also go out plein air painting with him from time to time, and it's so fun to watch how he plein air paints. Isn't that interesting and descriptive, and definitely has this kind of California vibe somehow to it. You can tell he was raised in California, even though he's painting in Oregon here, I believe. I may be wrong, but just look at that, like the light area with the pinks, yellows, greens, the shadow area with the purples, blues, dark reds, maroons are even hiding in there. He's just such a beautiful color.
How do you spell his last name? Is it
Bowman?
Okay.
Yeah. Really.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, it's Eric with a C, E-R-I-C, and then Bowman, B-O-W-M-A-N. Yeah, and he's only a couple miles from my house. Actually, shoot, I have way more than 4 paintings of his. I think we just bought 4 paintings of his last year. Yeah, he and Eric Jacobson, for those of you who know Eric Jacobson's name. You may want to look up Eric Jacobson as well. They have every 2 years they do a show together, and they're highly discounted paintings, a lot of their sketches. And I think my daughter bought like 2 or 3 paintings herself, and then my wife bought like 5. I made a deal that I would not buy any because I already had a couple.
I heard that Eric moved back east.
Yeah, he is. He's in Maine.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All right, back to Edgar Payne, I believe. Oh, no, this is a gentleman, and I spelt his name wrong in my own notes, but his last name is Poonhoff. It's Hansen Poonhoff, and I don't have the correct spelling of it, so I'm not going to give it to you. This painting is also one that just really affected me when the first time I saw it. Just the warms and the cools and the use of atmospheric perspective. And then this dark, almost again, abstract area up here where you can kind of tell what's going on. There's some grasses, maybe a creek, maybe that's like an arroyo or something. And then, I just love it. But looking into this painting, maybe I can zoom in. Nope, gosh, not gonna let me zoom in again. Looking into all the different colors in the lights and then all the different colors in the shadows, and never do those colors meet, right? All the colors that are in the lights are in the lights only. All the colors that are in the shadows are in the shadows only. Nothing is as dark as the foreground back there, right? And even in his sky, if we squint our eyes, it looks like a very big, constant color, but it's all individual broken brushwork. Gorgeous. If I can find the information on this painting, I will share it with you guys because it's so great if you can get in there and zoom in around it. This is a gentleman named Joseph, and then his last name is Kleitsh. I'm trying to remember if he's Romanian, Kleitsh, but he was an immigrant into California, and his work is often very romantic. Lots of women with parasols. I mean, I think he probably found out who could afford to buy his paintings and was painting to them. But I've always found it really beautiful, and dappled light has always been real interest to me. How artists resolve that, because it can just drive you mad. My dream is to paint real dappled light on moving creeks and make that somehow convincing. I've never done it really well, but that's something I would really like to, and as like one of my life challenges. So I do look to his work. I love seeing where he simplifies. Look at these leaves. There's, mostly just big groupings, and then he just tells you a couple of them. Same thing over here. Nothing's overly described, but it's beautiful. And wait till you see this next one. This next one is does that light not feel blinding? That contrast between the cool shadows and the warm, beautiful lights with all the bright colors in the lights, and then the dark, subdued colors in the shadows. Joaquin Sororia has another painting just like this on the beach, and that painting's even more difficult to look at. But I love, it feels like, doesn't feel like a posed painting. It feels like a captured little moment, and I really like that. But anyways, I can look at this painting for so long, just trying to understand how he did the things he did, the little transition with the little bands of purple around some of the transitions from shadow to light, or the greener leaves. Lots to look at, lots to learn. And then focus. I mean, that is a focal area if I ever saw one, right? Your eye goes right to her with the red and the light, red and white contrast. And I'm just about done here. The next 3 are all William Wendt, W-E-N-D-T. And he does keep fairly crisp edges throughout his paintings, which I kind of wish he would have broken up a little more, but who am I to critique one of the California Impressionist masters? I grabbed his paintings because I thought they would be kind of a good example for the painting I want to do of Kate's reference, Kate's friend's reference. Look into the shadow areas and the lights, how he conveys that. Look at that soft edge back there to help convey the sense of space. Nothing's overly described besides kind of the relationships between the lights and the shadows. This is the last one I got for today. And I just grabbed this for looking at the different brushwork, He's very famous for that his brushwork goes in the direction of the thing. So this grass is laying flat, brush strokes this way. These shrubs here kind of come in at angles. The brushwork goes that way. You can see it, the brushwork following the patterning of the thing, the sky sideways, hillside coming down. You know, that's just something to think about as you're going into your Impressionist paintings, is that you can use the directionality of your brush strokes, especially if you are using your shoulder and your elbows to paint more. Anyways, William went. I have a big thick book of his. I don't know the name of it offhand, but I look at it quite often, even though I don't care so much about his sharp, crisp edges so very much. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and spotlight for everyone. And we are gonna switch over to the palette, and hopefully, what do we got? 10:38. Take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 10:45 and I will get cracking on a landscape Impressionist painting part 2 or number 2. Great. All right. Enjoy your 5 minutes. Get some tea, get some coffee, and I'll be right back.
Hey, Michael.
Mm-hmm.
This is Peggy.
Hey, Peg.
I am quite behind. I've had company the last 2 weeks, which has been so lovely after all this time of isolation.
Yeah, totally.
But I've really gotten behind, and I'm wondering with this last painting, will the Facebook page stay open for a while?
I'll keep it up through the summer.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and you guys are free
want
to
to catch
keep
up.
communicating on there and doing anything else that you want.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Okay, is everybody kind of back? What time is it? Perfect, 10:45. All right, so I'm going to pretend everybody's back. Can't quite see too many of you with me being pinned there. I'm just going to very quickly pull out two examples of more impressionistic paintings that I've done. This one's a newer one, and this one is one that I've kind of kept for myself, just kind of laying around. I don't know if it's a very sellable painting or not, but I had a really good time painting into this, and I want you to look into how much variation in the colors there are. Also the warms and the cools. And this one was just really a challenge to myself of just using a lot of paint. You maybe can't quite see, there's a lot of texture in here. And it was just about trying to create action and movement in the grasses and the trees and even within the sky. Up here, we've got a little bit of blue, we've got greens going into the pinks and oranges. And this one was just kind of about action. This one became much more about brushwork and paint and less about the scene, as it were. And that's kind of what I want to challenge you guys to do this week, is we're just going to continue our exploration of paint and brushworks. So this week's assignment is brushwork, paint, and optical mixing, meaning that as I step back, all these little tiny colors, I mean, look at this, greens and oranges and yellows right next to each other. But as we go back further and further and further, they kind of blend together optically. So this painting, you know, is just challenge yourself. Optical mixing, warms and cools, and letting your brush have fun. Let your brush do brush stuff. Paint with your shoulders, paint with your elbows. Hold the brush towards the end of the handle when you can. Step back. Remember, the painting is to be viewed from a distance. The other one I'm going to show is actually one that I have from a very long time ago. If you remember, my daughter is now 16. Painted this one when she probably wasn't even, you know, not even 6. The one rule in that studio was that she could not use my colored pencils because she was too brutal and kept breaking them, and they were expensive. These are really nice colored pencils. And one day I snuck up to the studio, quietly up the stairs, to catch her literally laying on the carpet with all my colored pencils out, laid all over the place. I love how she's holding it. Ken can't see that.
With her tutu on.
What's that?
With her tutu.
With her tutu and her tiara. She always had that on, even if she was playing in the mud. And yeah, my favorite part, I mean, it's not a great painting. You know, I was learning about warms and cools and different things. But I just love the cools and warms back within the tiara, or within the tutu itself. And I just really tried to keep it loose without overly describing things. So this is one of those few paintings that I've kept just because it was a kind of fun moment. My daughter getting in trouble. The stairwell's open, so I was able to snap up a couple of photos before she knew that she'd been busted.
And how she's holding the pencil.
Yeah, it's so brutish, right? I mean, it's just like a little kid does, where I'm sure she's actually drawing a princess. She was super into drawing princesses. It was really cute at that age. She would draw princesses with great big heads. And then in the middle of the forehead, she'd draw a little tiny prince. And that's how she conveyed that the princess was thinking about her prince. Anyways, I like this painting. It's not even
Beautiful.
Yeah, even though it's framed, I don't even have it hanging in my studio because it's so different, but it's one that I like bumping into from time to time. So that's kind of an example of, you know, me learning, me experimenting, and just trying to convey the feeling of a thing. So I've got my reference here. You guys can't see it, but I very lightly drew in with a red pencil my horizon line. When I measured it, the water, top of the water, 1/3 up, 1, 2, 3. So I went ahead and measured that. So this is a 12-inch by 16-inch. So this is 4 inches, 8 inches, 12 inches. So that's the only line I have drawn on there, because I'm not going to worry about making it specifically, perfectly the reference. I'm just using that as a jumping off point. And I'm going to have fun. There's some such beautiful negative shapes in some of those trees and whatnot. What I also like about this reference is that it's so different from what I usually take, because it's not backlit, it's not sunrise, sunset, it's almost midday. And what's important is that right away, the two things is, where's my horizon line? And the second thing is, where is the light source in this painting? And just by looking into the shadows and the lights, I can kind of tell that it's up above and to the right coming down. So I want to remember that so that I keep my shadows all relating to each other and my lights relating to each other. So horizon line and light source are my first two notes to myself. All right. I'm going to quickly sketch this in. So there's no black and white underpainting or anything. I'm just going to take a little bit of paint thinner. I'm going to grab a little bit of my phthalo green, and I'm going to mix that with my quinacridone red, and it's going to make a purple. I could use any purple. I could do this with just the reds. You can sketch whatever color you want. But that's the color I'm going to kind of go with. Oops, just splattered all over the place. Wipe that off just a little bit. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly come in and I'm just going to sketch just kind of an outline, almost like a drawing of the big shapes that I want. So I've got my horizon line. I'm just going to go ahead and add that a little bit so you guys can kind of see it. Oh, that's very dark. That might be too dark of a purple. I don't want to be fighting my drawing. So it is thinner. It does have some paint thinner in it. This panel that I'm painting on, I did put some clear gesso over the top because otherwise it was too slippery. So the clear gesso that I have at least has kind of a sandy texture to it. And that'll give it some tooth to grab as I come in with some paint. So my focus, my low-lying area is kind of right about here. Got some trees here. A band of trees kind of coming across here. A little bit lower over here. As it goes up to this big tree form here. As these trees come forward, they get slightly lower on the horizon line. So hopefully that should give me some sense of the perspective. The same thing's happening over here. So that kind of should take me back slightly, the viewer back. In front of this, we have a big bunch of grasses. Notice I'm really not over telling anything. And then in my edit, I've got a little waterfall here, some more grasses and a rock. I'm going to leave this part open a little more so that there's a way through. And there's going to be kind of a little bit of a waterfall kind of coming through here. So the water is coming this way, and maybe I'll bring in this rock a little lower so it gives even more sense of perspective. Okay, so basically I'm trying to get the viewer's eyes kind of into this area, right? So I've got this line, this line. I could probably play this line up a little more if I want to. Maybe those grasses won't be quite so tall. I'm also going to have some shrubs kind of coming in front here, some more tall grasses here. So it's almost puzzle shapes, right? I'm just giving myself a very loose roadmap. All of this can change as I need it to. If I wanted to, I could spend a lot of time working on this drawing and refining it if I want. But for me, for today, for using paint and optical mixing, I'm going to let the paint do a lot of this work. And I'm going to kind of think a little bit sculpturally, if that's the right way of saying that. Think like a sculptor. I'm going to let some of the paint come in and carve out my shapes a little more. So these are just notes. I've put this round dome right here in the middle of the focal area. I don't quite like that, so I'm going to break that up a little bit. Now what I'm doing is I'm going to come in and I'm going to scribble in some of my shadows. So basically what I've done is I've given myself my big shapes. Okay, it's no values. This is just a shape-based painting and a line-based painting. I definitely do not want this to end up a line-based painting. So now what I'm going to do is start to think about my values a little bit. So I'm going to use my lights and darks to create almost a semblance of like a no-tan if you were in my design class, or a very quick value scape so that I have something to build up on. And I kind of, again, that will help me to keep my lights and my darks in mind as I build the painting up. So very quickly, I'm just going to come in and give myself some notes of where my strong shadows are. It looks really dark, but it's actually quite thin paint. I'm letting the darks stay quite thin so that I can build them up quickly. I want to go from dark to light. This is going to be almost an alla prima painting, I hope, if I'm successful, meaning all at once. So I'm going to pretend as if like I'm outdoors painting, and I really want to capture what the impression of this scene, the impressionistic feeling of this scene. And a lot of times when you're plein air painting, the hardest thing is the light's changing so fast. So I want to very quickly, just if I really like the light where it is, I want to capture that. And a lot of times I can do that by figuring out the shadow, where the shadow structure is. And then I can focus in on the colors and everything else. Big mess. Always starts so messy. I'm going to grab a bigger brush. It's going to take forever if I just use this little brush. And I'm going to grab an old kind of beat up filbert brush here. Probably at one time was a different type of brush, but now it's a filbert because I've beat it up so much. Got way too much paint thinner on that. I just got too much paint thinner in there, so it's not gonna, I don't want to be painting on a slippery surface. So I'm gonna soak up a little bit of that wet paint And I'm just going to start again with a new dark. And right now I don't even really care like how I'm making my darks. It might be nice to even have, you know, not all the same color. So this is a little bluer, a little greener, just a touch of paint thinner. You can hear kind of the sandiness of that surface a little bit. Again, I'm just kind of thinking a little bit structural right now as I give myself some notes.
Michael, in terms of surface, can I put black gesso over an old oil painting and make the surface usable for oils again?
That is a really good question. Thank you. The answer is no.
Okay.
You cannot put gesso over oil painting.
All right. All right. I thought
That's a water-based paint over oil.
Mm-hmm.
So what you can do if you have, especially if you have any of the fast matte oil paints from Gamblin, they make a really nice surface. Otherwise, you can just take some of like an oil paint and, you know, cover it and let that dry. There's different kinds of oil-based primers you can get.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And I see that a lot with students. It's like it, you know, but yeah, you have to think of your gesso as basically acrylic paint.
Acrylic. Okay. Okay. That's what I thought, but thank you.
As somebody told me that you can sand your painting and then use a spray can of just spray enamel. That's the matte type. Would that work?
I would guess so, but I don't, yeah, I've never done that. I've used Kills primer, oil-based primer, you know, like you'd use in your house. And again, just that little bit of sanding to cover paintings before, because the nice thing about the Kills is it dries within 24 hours.
Yeah, I think it comes in a spray now too.
There you go. So that may work then. Most common, what I'll do is just grab some leftover oil paint or even just white paint and just give it a quick scrub. You still might see the painting underneath it, but sometimes that's kind of cool seeing the ghosts of paintings past underneath, especially when you're doing Impressionist paintings.
So that fast matte you were talking about, does that make a good primer that would dry fairly quickly?
Yeah, I love it. It's like one of my very favorite surfaces. Unfortunately, you know, it's oil painting prices, but I really, it's truly one of my favorite types of surfaces to paint over. I'm still kind of figuring out the design a little bit as I'm doing this. Like, does that make an interesting shape? Does that make an interesting shape? I'm looking at the reference, but again, I'm not adhering to it. I'm just kind of like taking the parts that I really like, ignoring the parts that maybe get a little busy or, so kind of I'm self-editing as I go along. And this is the same thing I would do if I were out plein air painting. And this is just a design, as ugly as it is. This is for me. You guys just get to see, you know, the ugly stages as well, hopefully as the less ugly stages later. And I'm kind of, I think that that's almost, believe it or not, kind of enough to get rolling with. So I'm going to clear my mixing area. And I'm going to continue to kind of build up from dark to light, or I could be thinking from shadow area to light area. That's just traditionally how I like to work with oils, is dark to light, big to small, thin to thick. I think I've probably said that a number of times in this class. And that's just the way that I found that the paint works the best. So in these shadow areas, maybe there's a little more pushing down. And then when I get to the lights, I'm really gonna have a soft touch, hopefully, on top and bring some of these shadows down into the water. So remember that. So in the beginning stages, I'm going to use a little more of a brutal brush here. I'm going to get back to these colors. In the photo, the shadows are quite black. And I can kind of decide, you know what, I would like maybe not to have my shadows quite as dark as they appear in the photo. Because again, if the photo is capturing the sky, it's probably making the shadows darker than they would appear in real life. And then the inverse can happen too, where the sky gets blasted out if the shadows are easy to see. So I'm kind of mixing up a gray purple area. I'm gonna have kind of a bluish area. And I'm not gonna let my shadows become too colorful, because this painting is about the light coming in, and it's gonna be all about the warmth of that light and the brightness of the light and all the colors within that. But I don't want to have just black shadow areas, because I'm kind of missing a big, beautiful part of the painting. So I'm going to invent some of the colors that are in the shadows. And I'm also going to brighten up the shadows just a little bit. Just trying to see which way you guys can see the colors better. I think without this overhead light. Yeah, all right, we'll go with that for now. And if I need to come back in and lighten it up a little bit. So now I'm again thinking shadow areas and thinking structure, but I'm also going to be thinking, you know, impressionistic brush strokes a little bit, having some fun. And so I'm going to start coming in and carving out some of those shapes, thinking, you know, not scrubbing my brush anymore. I'm just kind of laying in some areas. I do want a diversity of colors in my shadows. So I'll just keep letting those change as I get to different areas. So my bright grass is down here. Let these get a little bluer back here a little bit, a little lighter. So I'll be making up a little bit of atmospheric perspective that's not really in the photo as I kind of cool down and lighten up some of the shadows a little further back. So I know that these trees back here in the focal area are kind of the furthest away. And then these, as they get bigger, they kind of come forward too. So my shadows will get a little darker and a little warmer, I think, as they come towards us. Thinking abstract. I'm not really thinking things. I'm just looking at my shadow structures and just thinking of them as dark shapes. And it's hard to see on the screen, but it's kind of a dark purple to a gray purple down towards a greenish, cooler green right there. Over here is more of just that same purple. So I am, you know, developing different piles of color as I mix them, and kind of looking around, just kind of like, where would this color, where would this slightly lighter value work? And again, the shadows are always harder to see on the monitor. I'll see if I can get a good photo of it after it's done. And I'm hoping to have a lot of different, not get lazy and not just create one dark band of color and use that throughout all my shadows. Again, I love the Russian Impressionists, but I think that shadow areas is where sometimes they become a little reliant on just black and stuff. And All right, I'm gonna let these shadows get a little lighter. And start bending towards the light areas. So these would almost be kind of like the in-between transitions of my, where the darks are beginning to meet the lights, or maybe where some of that light is bouncing into the shadow areas a little bit. You can decide if you want to work like one tree at a time. I'm kind of bouncing around because I find that that helps me to get more harmony in the piece. But there'll be times probably where I'll begin to focus in on certain objects and certain, you know, things, really focusing in on the color. But for now, I want my picture to slowly kind of materialize like a Polaroid picture does, where it just kind of starts to appear in front of you like magic.
I wish that's the way my paintings went, you know, appearing like magic.
Appearing like magic. Yeah, you just got to get out of the way and let the little elves do their thing. That's, I mean, when you can get in the zone and just kind of forget yourself, it's amazing what happens. That won't happen, of course, when I'm talking and teaching, because, you know, my brain's too involved. But when we do have a good design, our value structure established, and premix our colors, it really does allow for our subconscious to kind of take over sometimes. And you get that kind of feeling of being in the zone where the painting does just appear like magic. It's always kind of my goal. It doesn't happen, of course, as often as I would like. All right, this will be the first time I start to introduce yellow, as now I'm getting into the lighter side of the shrubs and the trees and whatnot. And you can see that I'm just not letting it get too bright too fast. That still reads as really dark on the monitor, and it is. It's just going to be in comparison to what I've got going on there. Just letting there be interesting brush marks. I have to remember, like, which grasses do I want to be, you know, a lot lighter, a lot brighter? Where are the bushes a little more solid and they're not letting as much light pass through? It's just striking right on top of them. Remembering to possibly, if I can, let the brush stroke convey the object a little bit. I'm not going to make any real refined brush marks, but maybe just by coming up and down, it shows that maybe that's how the bush grows, is kind of top to bottom, versus some of the bushes are going to be growing sideways. They have more of a canopy. Some of them are more grass-like. I'm also looking to red. This painting, this reference feels like there's a lot of green in there. So I'm going to use red as my modifier of greens. One of my favorite quotes that I heard early on in my career was, red is the great modifier. And what they meant by that was, with the greens and whatnot, that you don't see red, but if you force yourself to think red a little bit when you're looking into your greens, they become much more interesting and diverse. Still just super abstract, super borderline messy, I guess it could be a way to describe it. And I'm just going to let the painting evolve and appear. If I just keep looking to my structure, to my values, and not worrying about painting any of the objects that I'm seeing. This is where the abstract idea of Impressionism really comes in, because I'm just thinking abstractly. I'm going to be a generous painter, and I'm going to let my audience be involved in the process of figuring out what's going on. Right now, I'm just using a flat. So you'll notice as I turn it a lot to make a whole bunch of different shapes, so that I'm not just making the same brush mark over and over, but the flat is surprising to a lot of people how many marks it wants to make if you change your pressure, turn the brush. You'll notice I'll have like 2 quick dabs of dots, and then one will be more of a drag. I'm also not over mixing my colors, so there should be some of that beautiful swirling within the paint of colors. And what do you guys think about that sky, right? I haven't even touched it yet. So I am actually going to paint the sky as an object and as different types of shapes unto itself. So I'm going to let that sky come in and help me make some of the smaller marks that are, the little spindly trees and the nice, beautiful leaves. And remember, I said that I'm going to treat it like the sculpture a little bit. So right now, I just want to get some paint on there so that when I come back and I keep building up onto it, I'm going to have some paint to play with, to build up on. Get some more of that beautiful red into these greens here, hopefully. And I'm just letting I'm leaving some of the piles of color, and I'm watching as my color bends. And eventually I'll have just so many different variations on the greens and grays and purples that I'll be able to just kind of go, oh, that spot needs a little bit of that. That spot needs a little bit of that. So, I'm not just making a pile and using up that color. I'm looking to each individual area and thinking what colors would help tell the story over there. I'm also using my yellow. Oof, I just grabbed a lot of yellow. I'm also using my yellow as a value. So like instead of white, I haven't used white at all except for in the shadows. And that's not, you can if you want, but I'm thinking first, like if it needs to be lighter, can I do it with the yellow versus the white? And that will help me to avoid the chalkiness, and it will help to fill this scene with more warmth and light. So when you're thinking light and dark, begin to think, can I use color versus just dark paint and white to modify? I'm gonna actually mess around a little bit, and I'm gonna bring more red into this focal area a little bit, and that will also be a way to kind of control the eye, or I will be attracted to the red because there's not going to be very much of it. So I'm going to actually use a little too light or too dark. So I'm there, I've added a little bit of white into my red. I've made it too peachy, so I'm going to go ahead and add more red back into that, and maybe a touch of the yellow. So it's a little darker, and I'm going to see if by making this kind of one of the main areas that has this reddish color, whereas the others don't, Maybe that will help pull our eye towards that area subtly without being overly obvious, without giving away all my tricks. Get back towards my greens, but it'll be modified by that red batch that I just made. That's kind of, yeah, it's kind of working, right? It's kind of slowly beginning to appear, just like I said with the Polaroid picture. And just not becoming lazy. Don't just start putting down colors and brush marks. Look and just say, if I could only put down one brush mark, if I could only hit the space once, what's the best color I could put there to convey that bush, that shrub, that whatever it is, that area. So if you can kind of begin to think alla prima, all at once, hitting it one time, it's a great challenge. I don't hold myself to it, but if you can make the right mark and the right color, it's very nice. It's a good feeling. And it's a good way to just kind of challenge yourself to not, I don't know what the right way of saying it is, but just to force yourself to see a little bit better, a little bit sharper. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom in a little bit so you can see a little bit more what's going on. So yeah, you can begin to see there's quite a bit of color slowly appearing in there. Just kind of remind myself where there's some grasses and whatnot as I build up. Okay, what do we got here? I'm gonna bring kind of a lighter, pinker treetop over on top here. Same over here a little bit. I don't want it to be as red as in my focus, but I want it to harmonize. A little bit of that over here. Again, this one's just kind of there to control the eye, keep the viewer in the space. Over here, we've got more towards the light green as we get some of this stuff in. Trying to play up some of the canopy feeling of things. You know how much I like my umbrella shapes. So there's just a couple things in my paintings that if I can play it up, if I can push it, I definitely will try to oftentimes, and that's that umbrella shape. And then of course the color peach. I love that whenever I can sneak that into something. And I think that's partly how we kind of develop our style, right? Is it becomes about preferences, and we all have different preferences. Even if we don't know it, we have preferences for different shapes. We have preferences for different colors, different values. Some of us, you know, we're going to be more attracted to the high key stuff. Some of us like it darker and a little more moody. And that's how we slowly discover our artistic style as well. And not that you're stuck with that or, you know, can only do that. It's just something to be aware of and something maybe to play with. And then eventually it'll be something that people recognize in your work. And hopefully there's enough people that like it that, you know, and share that same kind of aesthetic with you that you maybe can make a career out of it. Or at least a show, have enough that it's a show. Feel free to ask questions as I'm painting. this over here, there's this blossoms, which is really nice. So I think I'm going to try to see if I can pull the blossoms in. That's kind of more of the whites. So I might have to preserve those a little bit. So I'm going to kind of leave a little bit of this area. And now I'm just looking into the lights of some of these trees. They're still kind of right on the reds. There's a lot of reds in these trees back here. And now that I'm painting wet into wet, I have to be aware of the pressure that I'm touching the canvas. Before I was able to push the paint down quite hard. Now if I do that, I'm just going to blend, and I don't want much blending. I want the paint to kind of sit on top. So that means I'm going to use the pressure of the brush to load the paint. And let it just sit right on top, hopefully. So barely touching the surface. So some of these bushes are getting kind of close to where I've got the shadow, the mids, up into the lights. And I've already, by just creating 3 values, kind of created their structure. So some of them are, I don't want to say they're done, but they're beginning to resolve themselves.
Are you choosing specific directions of your brush strokes for reasons or just randomness?
No, both. I want to keep it random, but at the same time, if I can semi-direct it to create the feeling of the form, like this bush back here is like a, I don't know, it grows more sideways across things. Whereas these grasses, I'm going to bring in some more of the strokes of the grasses here. And like these canopies, they grow across, you know, it has that feeling. So yeah, I am looking to the structure of the plant to help me kind of figure out which brush stroke to use. Again, William Went was such a master of that. So, you know, it's kind of fun that we went in and reviewed all these different painters and their different ways of, you know, doing Impressionism. And so I just kind of keep little bits of that in my head. What would William Went do? What would Eric Bowman do? That guy whose name I can't spell, Poonhoff or whatever his name is, you know, how he would have all these little dabs of color, but they stay within the same family, in the, you know, in the shadow family and then the light family. And how would they treat this? And yeah, it's, you know, have you guys ever heard of the book Steal Like an Artist? I very much believe in that we just kind of look to painters that we admire, look to see how did they do some of this problem solving that maybe we're going to be looking into, and use what's useful, use what is attractive to you, and disregard the rest. And that's, you know, that's kind of how we develop our style, is we look at all of these different artists and we analyze them, and they're all teachers. They just don't know it. And we're all thieves. But they were thieves too, because none of those guys came up with their style completely on their own. It's all a river of painters throughout time. Sometimes you're learning from other artists and sometimes you're reacting to them. You know, a lot of art styles are almost reactions to other art styles. And then some art styles are just evolutions of art styles. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mix up some bright green and just see how that plays, because those grasses in here are quite bright green, a lot cleaner color than I have been putting on there. So I wanna see, what can I get away with? Can this painting bear to have these glowy greens, or do I need to subdue them so that they fit in either aesthetically or whatever else? I'm just going to red down these greens a little bit. Again, when I dip into my paint thinner, it is barely the corner of my paintbrush, just so little. I'm not using any medium. So I think the painting can handle a little bit brighter green than that. Just constantly spinning the brush in my hand. It's all the time turning. And you know, after a while you become kind of aware of, is it on the flat edge or is it on the skinny edge? Am I painting on the corner? And that just takes time. That's, they call it time on the brush, time on the canvas. And you know, you can have the greatest instructor of all time, but if you're not spending time with your tools and actually making the marks, it's just, you have to get used to your tools. You have to experiment and see, play with the marks that they can make. And there's just, you know what I mean? Like anything you do, whether it's using a keyboard, learning how to type, you know, somebody can tell you how to type, you can watch videos on typing, but until you've hit that keyboard a number of times, you're never going to be comfortable. So don't worry if it doesn't come right away and everything feels foreign and new. That's how it's supposed to feel. Imagine a guitar or the piano or even cooking or, you know, whatever it is. It's all new. Artistic talent, I believe, is basically a fable. I think that it's those who paint the most, those who observe and learn from their victories and their defeats, from their failures and their successes. Those are the artists that are going to get better the fastest. And painting rewards boldness, being willing to just go for it. But at the same time, being aware, being cognizant. I don't mean just throwing paint like Jackson Pollock or something. I mean going for it, trying different colors, trying big strokes, being expressive, playing it safe. You can still learn, but it's going to really stunt it. The last 45 minutes has gone by very quickly. Having a great time. Thank you. Hopefully I haven't lost you guys yet.
I have a story about talent if you want to hear it.
I do.
When I was in the 7th grade, I was chosen for an accelerated art class. We had a visiting art teacher that went from school to school. And I spent 7th grade in that class. And the next year, my name was not on the list. And my homeroom teacher said, oh, there's a mistake. Go ahead and go. So I went. And of course, I had to walk in late as an 8th grader. And the teacher said, "What are you doing here?" And I told her, "Well, my name wasn't on the list, but my homeroom teacher thought it was a mistake." And she said, "It was no mistake." She said, "I don't waste my time with students who have no talent."
Oof.
And so I didn't do art at all, didn't draw, didn't doodle, didn't anything that year. And then when I got to high school, I wanted to quit orchestra. And my mother said the only way I could is if I took an art class. And I went in absolute fear. And I got into the class late because I had to fill out a, change of registration and all that form. And the teacher said, "What are you doing here?" And I just about walked out. And I said, "I'm transferring in." And she said, "Okay, sit there." She was the most wonderful art teacher. She would, tap us on the shoulder, and then we knew we were to take our painting up and put it on an easel and sit down in the chair by her desk. And then she never criticized us. She asked us what we thought. And if you said you didn't like an area, she'd ask us leading questions like, "Why don't you like that area?" And if you didn't know, if you said, "I don't know," she'd say, "Well, is it the color?" "No, I like the color." "Is it," and she'd ask us things like that, but she never said anything. And it was a great confidence builder for a kid that had no confidence after being told, as an 8th grader, that she had no talent and thinking there was no hope.
Yeah, I hate that teacher. I like your second teacher. That hurts me. Like, I hate to hear that.
But it makes me want to cry to hear that. And my first thought was that maybe she was jealous of you and fearful that you'd outshine her.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I was not that good at all. It was just, I don't know why she just, yeah. She must have believed I had no talent. She probably really believed that. And so that was where she was at. You either had talent or you didn't. It wasn't anything about working or instructing or, whatever. So.
Right. And yeah, I mean, you definitely hear those stories. I was lucky because I would have been pretty fragile as a youngster. I was already dyslexic and, a little bit nervous, and, school wasn't my favorite place to be. So I can imagine if somebody did that, that would have been kind of the end for me. I would have like, man, why am I even at school? Yeah, that's horrible. And I'm glad you persevered through it. And, on that note, like, I think that love of the thing is so outweighs. I definitely had kids that were so good when we were young. And I definitely took my time kind of getting good at painting or drawing and everything else. It felt like it was more work for me than a lot of my peers, but I had the love of it and, the perseverance, and also the fear of like, this is the only thing I can do. Or that I want to do, I guess, even more importantly. So I've got
I was a kid that was always drawing, always doodling, always, creating. When I was a small child, I would make paintings out of mud and feathers. Feathers were my brushes, and different colors of mud were my paints. It was just something I loved to do. And then after that experience, I mean, I just nothing. I didn't do anything. It was so defeating. So, that's why I really wanted to be an art teacher. But at the University of Oregon, the professors were so weird. I think they were on drugs a little earlier than most people got on drugs. And I didn't fit in at all. So I majored in biology instead and became a biology teacher. So it's just the way life, leads you sometimes.
Yeah, well, I have the same story from the University of Oregon. That's where I went and was going to study art, and I'd never really painted, but I did tons of drawing. And my very first painting class, again, I'd never painted. Didn't know how to hold a paintbrush. I didn't know anything. And the art teacher had us all stand up and said, "I want you to pretend there's no walls in this classroom and that you can see in 360 degrees at once. Now paint." And it was so baffling, and there was just no like structure, no, education of how to use the paint. I mean,
Oh, I
just can't
know.
imagine a music teacher ever doing something like that, or a writing teacher ever. You know, you need to know some of the structure, some of the fundamentals, so that you can have the expressiveness.
Yeah, because my first art class was a watercolor class in the spring of my freshman year. And I, walked in, and back then, I'm so old, we had registration cards we handed to the professor, and we all handed in our registration cards, and then he left, and I just sat there, and all the other kids are leaving, and I wasn't sure what was going on. And another guy said, "Why are you sitting here?" I said, "Well, isn't he going to come back and teach us?" And he said, "No, you heard him say we had to have 3 paintings by the end of the quarter, and I'm going out to the cemetery to paint. You can come with me if you want." He said, "But you just need to have 3 paintings." And so when I got my 3 paintings done, I turned them in. I got a B in the class, and I made an appointment with the professor because I wanted to know what could I do to get an A, and why didn't I get a C? And he said, "Well, what did you start out with?" And I said, "What?" And he said, "What did you start out with?" I said, "A white piece of watercolor paper and some paints." And he said, "What do you have now?" And I said, 3 paintings. That's all that's important. That's all that's important. And I was like, okay, not going to major in art. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I changed my major too. I was a business major at U of O.
Michael, that peachy pink is it is so gorgeous against the green.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Changed
Beautiful.
It to white. Yeah, I just kind of am slowly kind of feeling my way through it a little bit. Just again, who plays what way here? Yeah, thank you. You just see, so hopefully, this painting is just kind of slowly appearing. I'm not really thinking things. I'm not really thinking. I'm just thinking lights, darks, colors, and then having fun with my brushstroke, trying different experiments. Like, let's zoom into those peachy pinks and see how many different textures are in there. This one becomes a little redundant up there, but I went ahead and just kind of came through, and maybe where I could just put maybe a bigger brush mark. And yeah, I'm just having fun. I'll probably have to come through and simplify a little bit. It becomes too fuzzy, but for now it's okay. And then I'll just go back in and modify after I get everything covered. So I kind of feel like I'm just kind of covering the painting, getting a good start. I'm not even into this painting for 1 hour yet, and I've got it, most of the kind of technical areas are covered. I'm conveying hopefully the big shapes. I'm figuring out what parts to subtract, like get rid of. Like, there's a number of rocks in here that I'm just not adding, at least not yet, just to see maybe it doesn't need them. And yeah, it's about having that relationship with your painting, hopefully, as you're building it. Just kind of a little bit of a communication of, what do you want? What do you need? Is this helpful? Does it hurt? Is it helping tell the story that I want this painting to kind of feel? It's kind of a celebration of the canopies, and it's going to have this nice, pure, clean water. So this is kind of a celebration of almost spring or freshness, hopefully. And is it retaining that? When Kate showed us this picture for the first time, what was it that made me go, ooh, there's something there? And a lot of it was this patterning, this structure of the tops of these trees. I just loved it, those negative shapes and everything else. So it's going to be about that, of course. And yeah, thank you, I guess. I don't even remember what we were talking about.
Well, Michael, I want to buy this painting if it's okay with you.
All right, deal.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. So now, how bright a blue can I get away with down here? Still a little bit on the gray side, but I think maybe I can
That's
get away
really
with
pretty.
a little bit of that light, but I think if I put too much, it's not gonna read very well. So I might be able to let some of that show through. So what do? I'm gonna go, okay, well, maybe a little more on the purpley blue side. And it's pretty pure color, but if I just paint straight blue, will that work? So let's try slightly different blue. All right, I like that a little more. You can see it goes towards the red a little bit. And isn't that funny? As I get it around these other blues, it begins to change their colors towards green. When you put a red next to a reddish blue next to a greenish blue, the greenish blue will appear more green. All right, let's experiment a little more. So I'm just kind of putting dabs of blue in there just to see, you know, which way do I want them to go? So this purple, of course, is not going to work, I can imagine. So I'm going to take it into my green, which grays it down, right? And now maybe I can use some of that in my reflected colors a little bit. We'll see. Even though I'm saying the words reflection and this and that, I'm still just hopefully thinking shapes, values, colors, shapes, values, colors, and then brushwork. Even start to think about some of the reds that might exist in these blues, in the falls and in the ripples a little bit. Again, red is that great modifier. The nice thing having all these other colors is now I can use them to reach into so that I retain some of the harmony of color, even though I'm going to change those colors. And you can tell too, almost all the brush strokes so far have been side to side. And that's just kind of how I'm seeing the surface area, the structure of it. I'll bring in some different angles and different shapes, but as I'm laying it in and testing these colors beside each other, it just kind of feels right. And another thing to remember, you guys, is that horizontal lines psychologically represent peace and calm. And this water is kind of peaceful and calm. There's a little bit of a waterfall and a little bit of flow to it, but it's not. It's pretty calm. And I'm going to let these celebratory leaves and flowers and blossoms and stuff, the grasses, they will have my energy. My water will be kind of calm, and then I'm going to have a little bit of energy at the bottom with the waterfall, and but it's not much of a waterfall. Just a little bit of movement, just somewhere for the eye to kind of travel to. And maybe within that area, I give it a little more of an angular brush stroke. And those aren't like rules or anything. That's just something that you can use if you want. when I look at the painting or at the reference and I think red, it is amazing how much I can see redder colors within it. So that's kind of a good reminder, is when you're looking into shapes, if you're having a hard time seeing the color, like you're just like, what is that? I will oftentimes mentally just run through the colors. Green. Okay, yes, it is green. Okay, purple. No, it's not purple green. Red. Yes, it's reddish green. Okay. Now let's quickly run through is it yellow, or, is it a light value or a dark value? So I'm constantly just kind of running through this little checklist in my head, and it helps me to see them, because it's kind of funny how the colors will be hidden from us. And then as we start to verbalize them or whatever in our head, how they start to appear. Again, I'm just trying to get everything covered before I refine things or begin to refine things too much, because that will help me to know if I've got a harmony, if I've got a good shapes, if my values, my lights and darks, all of that, if it's playing nicely together. So getting it covered oftentimes will actually speed up the painting later. But again, I am going slowly enough, especially because I'm using broken brushwork, that I am questioning each color and hopefully each value as I put it down. But I'm not scared. I know I can come back in and modify and change things as I progress, if that makes sense. So I set a goal of hit it once, but I'm not going to hold myself to that. That's just kind of a little fun goal, forcing myself to hopefully think a little deeper about everything as I see it. There are definitely some tricky colors in here, or tricky areas of color. So just slowing it down for a heartbeat, just asking better questions. That's the best thing you can do as a painter, is just to learn to ask better and deeper questions of what it is you're looking at. Just I'm really fighting the urge to get up and paint into the skies and the colors up there. I know that's going to be a lot of fun. And so I'm just kind of literally having to force myself to slow down. Let's keep building up these interesting and a little bit complicated water areas. It's going to be worth it. Just take my time. Don't shortcut it. Don't try to be showy. Just got to earn it. I got to earn the right to get up to that beautiful, fun sky. And the reason I think it's going to be so fun is it's so nondescript in the photo that I get to, really do whatever I want. Think of what colors, they got to harmonize and make sense that they would be lighting the things that are down here. gonna go ahead and lift, nope, I'm gonna zoom back out so that I can lift it up. It's a little low for my painting shoulders here.
Michael, are you thinking Impressionism as you're going? Or
Yeah,
this kind of looks like the way you paint a lot of the time.
except
to
for there's
me.
no mixing.
Oh, you usually do a little mixing?
Yeah, I do a lot of my mixing on my surface and there's no soft edges besides.
Oh,
The only way I'm creating soft edges is by putting two similar colors and values close to each other.
okay. Well, it's not showing up in the photo, so that's probably why.
Yeah, so what it is, yeah, I'm doing the optical mixing. So by putting certain colors next to each other, I'm leaving my brush strokes alone, or I'm not mixing on the canvas. And yeah, and I'm really trying to make a large variety of brush marks. Right now, I'm only using one kind of a simple, the flat brush. You know, I think if I bring up one of my Egberts or something, I can make a lot more expressive brushwork. But like I said, I want to kind of get it covered. I want to make sure that everybody's playing nicely together. And then.
Well, it's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah, so, you know, it just depends on what kind of Impressionism we're thinking about. And that's why I wanted to show you so many examples of different artists and different kinds of eras of Impressionism. You know, the French versus the Californians versus, you know, we could go to the East Coast and look to Maine and New York and see whole different styles of Impressionism. And then within those, you know, fields or areas, you know, each artist has their own different style. So again, I don't worry too much in my own paintings whether or not somebody's going to say it's an Impressionist painting versus a tonalist painting versus a, because I'm just going to take the pieces of each one of those genres and styles that I like and hopefully incorporate it into my paintings. And yeah, so I don't worry too much, but I mean, in this class, of course I would, because that's what we're talking about. But you know, if you say Impressionism to one person, they're going to think Monet. If you say Impressionism to another person, they're going to think Edgar Payne. You know, who are very, very different painters.
Okay, so they all have the same concepts in mind, but they have a different application. Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, definitely that. And I don't know if they're like retaining anything like, I want this to be an Impressionist painting, so I have to do this and that. I don't think they're really doing that. I think that they were just doing kind of a direct reactionary style, trying to capture mood. And then there was also, you got to remember how important the invention of the camera was. And, you know, artists were, you know, there was literally debates on, you know, is painting a thing anymore now that we can just take photos? And so then all of a sudden paintings become more about paint and less about photo, you know, trying to capture perfect realism. You know, what were things that paint could do that a camera wasn't going to do? You know, capturing the feeling, again, the impression of a thing as it comes to you. But yeah, I mean, it may be hard to see, but just like within that little tiny passage of, see if the focus is in there, that little tiny passage, It's got green to red to purple to blue. Again, it is kind of hard to see, but
Really
Okay.
pretty.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
but yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
stuff.
thank you for enlarging it because I can really see it now.
Yeah, so just allowing that optical mixing to take place.
You mentioned pointillism, and I used to be involved with Art Smart programs at school, and we did with the kids a thing on pointillism, and it was really interesting because if you did a stream and used just blue water, and then added in a few dots of orange, the complementary color,
Yeah.
then it suddenly made it come to life because of the optical mixing. It was really strange.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, again, I just got lost in that for like a year of just, oh, and it was so magic. Again, you just kind of like, what happens when this goes besides that? Oh, it's amazing. And then you start to realize how many artists throughout time were using some of that, those kind of little, I don't know if they're secrets or whatever, formulas or whatever, just to get these different effects. And yeah, I mean, that's just it, right? With painting, there's no end to the knowledge and the learning in it. It's just, all of a sudden you're just going, oh, there's optical mixing. Oh, there's broken brushwork. Oh, there's, transparent colors and opaque colors that I can use together or separately. There's just, and then what if I did a little bit of optical mixing and glazing? What happens? Or maybe inverse, where you would do the glazing and then optical mixing on top to make little areas punch. That sure could be fun. And now that you just reminded me of that, that'll be something I'll do in my next painting. I also just suggest drinking lots of coffee while you're doing Impressionist paintings. It sure does make the brushwork a little more easy. You just can't make exact marks.
I had a brother that I met much later in life, a half brother, and he was in a assisted living and had really bad shaking problem, but he was also had been a very creative person in his life. So we ended up doing some impressionistic style paintings with him, which his daughters still have today, which he really enjoyed. He put on some hard rock music and just because of the shaking, though the impressionistic style really worked well.
Right. Yeah, well, that's nice that you figured it out. What kind of work did he want to do?
Well, he used to work in woodworking and creative projects like that, but it was just, he had just become completely sedentary and locked in and didn't even get out of bed. And once he started doing these paintings, he started going out into the hall and interacting with people. It was really a beautiful thing to see.
Wow, yeah.
I'm sorry, Michael, that painting is already sold. I think there would be others of us who would buy it. It's beautiful.
I'm so glad. Okay, so I'll definitely probably need to come back into this water and stuff, but I feel like, and I'm hoping these kind of red is a little bit of waterfalls, just really trickly little waterfalls. And got a little bit of light back there. All right, let's get some sky going. Maybe I need to get a couple more dark spots just to get rid of these little overly white areas for no reason. Okay. You guys okay if I take a 5-minute break? We'll go a little bit long, but I need to take a break and step back from the painting. So let's take 5 minutes and be back right around 12 after 12. And I will go as long as this painting takes. But I just need to get a little drink and stuff. You'll notice when I clean up my colors, make room for sky colors, I'll kind of take light colors and put them in a pile so that I don't just clear off everything into one big pile. And usually end up with some kind of nice grayed down version of those colors. Glass scraper. Because I want that sky really quite clean, I'm gonna make sure I'm not getting any contaminant colors. So a little bit of paint thinner on my towel. Wipe that area down. So now I've got a nice clean mixing area with a great bright glare for some reason right there. Take this opportunity to also kind of clean off my little workbench area here. Got a lot of dirty brushes. Actually, the truth is I've only used 3 brushes. One was for drawing with. So I do have the phthalo green on my palette. I guess I can wait a minute since I gave you guys an extra minute here. But I'm actually going to use the phthalo green in my sky. And it makes just this beautiful, vibrant, bluey green that I think is going to play nicely. And then I'll probably let it come down a little more pinkish and a little more yellowish from the right side because my light's coming from over there.
Could you do me a favor and once again go over what our assignment characteristics are going to be? Because I think I missed a little bit of that.
Sure. The big thing is for this one is optical mixing and broken brushwork. So we're not blending unnecessarily. We're kind of forcing ourselves to make the in-between colors. So if I want soft edges, I have to make the color between the sky. Let's say I want soft edges up here in the trees. I'm going to mix that color versus just letting my colors blend together where the sky and the trees meet or where the water meets. It's just a bunch of little spots of color. I'm forcing myself to see those in-between colors. So the big keys for this one, optical color mixing and broken brushwork, not letting ourselves get into blending and soft edges. So in this class, we'll have covered soft edges, lost edges, hard edges, and everything else. And then of course, I just want you to play with making interesting marks. And hopefully like my rocks feel like rocks because I left the edges crisper. My trees are going to feel a little more like trees because some of the edges are going to feel softer. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And what I'm going to do, it's 12 after, so I'll start back up. I think it is at least. Yep. So what I was saying is I'm going to mix my sky colors. I want them nice and clean and pure. This painting is about sunlight, which a lot of my paintings aren't. I mean, they are, but about a midday bright light. So I'm going to try to use really clean colors. What I've got up here now is my phthalo green, which isn't a color that's on my list. And it's not a color I use a lot, but I used it last week, had a good time. But look what happens when you mix white with it. Is it makes this really beautiful.
Oh, wow, that's an aqua.
Very aqua color, yeah.
Yeah, oh, that's beautiful.
So I'm going to play with that a little bit. I can bring in some of my blue if I want to mix, have some transitions. Right. I'm also going to let it be a little bit pinker on the horizon, just a touch. So I'll use my quinacridone. It's going to be quite light, so I add a lot of white to it.
Which blue was that, Michael? Was that ultramarine?
I mixed in the manganese blue.
Oh, okay.
The manganese is a little more greenish than the phthalo. The phthalo is more on the purple side. So I figured the jump from the phthalo green to the manganese blue isn't as severe. And it also won't gray down as much. If I need to gray it down a little bit, that's fine. And I'll know what to do. You know, green plus, so the French ultramarine has more red in it. So when I mix the French ultramarine with the phthalo green, they'll gray down quite a bit. So there's this. I'm going to let that get a lot lighter than that. It's almost going to appear whitish, but once I get it on the surface, it's going to appear slightly pink. So my lower area of the painting is going to kind of feel like that. I'm going to add a little bit of yellow to it, especially on the right side of the painting where my light is coming from. Right? Remember, our sunlight's coming across. It's high up, but it's still coming across. So I'm going to make that side of the picture a little bit warmer, a little bit lighter, a little bit more yellow. The tough thing is going to be where the lighter area and the bluer area merge. So I'm going to think about that a little bit and see what happens when I mix a touch of my phthalo green into my pink, adding quite a bit of light. Might be too gray. It should be gray. So I'm going to see if I want that, and I may not.
Michael, could you just merge those colors by optical mixing?
Yeah, and I will have that. I'll definitely have broken brush strokes, and that's kind of one of the reasons I want to make up a bunch of different colors. But I just want to make sure that they play nicely together over here before I all of a sudden end up with a bunch of browns in my sky that I didn't intend. So that's why I'm doing, just testing the different mixing. And you're right, I could let them sit beside each other and see what happens. And that may be what happens. Actually, I think that could be a ton of fun. So just doing little tests on the side here will hopefully save me some of the heartache up above, or on the canvas, sorry. Now I'm just kind of testing to see how dark. Maybe let's try a little bit of that French ultramarine. If I can let it get that purple maybe towards the top even. Hard to see on the screen, but there's quite a bit of variation in those blues as they're going across there. Leaning towards the pinks. Again, kind of the low horizon. Probably won't get that pink, but some of this going over towards that. And I may let some of this pink kind of show through around maybe some of the sky hole areas and maybe on the tops of the trees where I want them to feel like they're more wispy, more transparent, where the light's coming through. That's always a fun thing to think about, is what are the kind of transparent appearing areas, you know, again, where the light's shooting through wispy leaves. What's happening there color-wise? I'm gonna go ahead and clean this brush off pretty well because I want to get, I'm going to start with the warmer, lighter colors because I want them to be a little more on the pure side. I'm going to paint up close to the trees, but not right on them, not yet. So Oh boy, you can't even see that on the screen, can you? So that was my very, very light yellow. I'm going to grab a bit of the pink. Cleaning my brush because I hit the edge of that tree a little bit. So I'm just going to test these colors out near each other and kind of see what happens. And then I'll go back in and use my broken brushwork to kind of continue to fill in those areas. So I'm seeing transition wise, is this effective? It's interesting. You can kind of see it on the screen a little bit where it went from a little bit warmer to a little bit cooler, but the value is almost the same, isn't it? It's not getting much darker. It's just changing temperature, changing chroma, color. Towards the top, I'm going to let it get a little more on the purple side and just see, oops. So right there, I can't kind of see it, but I picked up some of the green from the tree. Don't want it in that spot. So I'm just going to go ahead and wipe that back off. Whenever I contaminate, when you want a nice pure color, just get it off. Just take a second, step back, get that color away. There's going to appear to be a little bit of a halo around the trees for a minute, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. So I'll come back in and fix those edges. But right now, again, it's about testing these colors, seeing how they play together. It is admittedly hard to see when the values are so similar. This one's just about a slow gradation of color.
Could you enlarge it just for a second so we can maybe see a little tiny bit? Oh, okay. I think I see it.
Yeah, so hopefully it's a little pinker, a little yellower, a little grayer, and then up into the blue.
Yeah.
So it's like a little bit of a wispy cloud bank. Very almost transparent.
Okay.
Let's see if I can pull off more of that yellow, but maybe I want the yellow to go a little bit more peach. We'll see. Try to get a little more pink. So there, and I probably can't see it again, but again, I got some paint into the sky where I don't want it. So I'm just going to take a second, use my paper towel, pull that off. I find that students so often make little messes on their painting and just try to brush it out. And then you just end up spreading the kind of contaminated color around. So when you want bright and pure color, you got to take your time. Now I'm mixing a slightly stronger pink, not a lot stronger, but a little bit. And I'm going to take my time as I kind of get in and use this paint to carve out some of my negative shapes. So I'm using the negative shapes to create the feeling of detail a little more. I'm also making the sky holes slightly darker than the big areas of sky. Just because a little bit less light is coming through. It's also going to read as a touch warmer generally.
I hope you do more of these paintings with these kinds of colors. It's so pretty.
Oh, thank you. So where the trees and the sky are meeting, I'm now coming in, because remember, I kind of left like a halo of white around it. So now I'm kind of looking at what's happening in these transitions. Is it going to blue? Is it going more towards red? And it changes depending on where in the painting or where in the scene it is. Is it against the blue sky or is it against the, pinker sky? And these transitions are going to change. Like up on the top, they're actually a little more bluish, the transitions. Whereas down below, the transitions against that warm light are a little bit on the cooler side. I mean, a little bit pinker side. Sorry, blocking the screen there. So every sky hole is getting almost a slightly different value and color because some are bigger, Some are littler, some are against a cooler sky, some are against a warmer sky. So I'm just trying to kind of observe that so that it doesn't just feel like, you know, instead of having a white halo, I come around and make a pink halo. I want it to feel natural. I don't know, can you guys see that on the screen? The difference between the sky holes that are down low and the sky holes that are up high? They're getting warmer or cooler depending on where they are. I'm also letting them, some of them are purer, some of them are a little bit more on the gray side. And that should help too to control the eye a little bit focus wise. Yeah, wouldn't that be funny that if by teaching this class, I become an Impressionist painter? Because I have been loving the last 2 weeks.
That would be a riot.
Wouldn't it?
I love your work. I really do.
Thank you. Yeah, and I want my work to not, you know, be like one or the other or anything, but I want to be free to use the type of marks and the type of edges and brushwork that just help the image. But it has been fun just to force myself to think a little bit deeper and put down the colors in the right spot.
Somebody told me that Picasso had different periods, like his red period, his blue period, whatever, and then he never went back and revisited that, so that then people would buy his paintings knowing that there were only a certain number in that particular style or period, and therefore they were just as valuable as if he were dead, because he was dead to that painting style.
Seems legit. Yeah, I don't know. I'd never heard that, but it kind of makes sense.
So you could do that. You could go through an Impressionist period and then never go there again,
Right.
and just sell like crazy.
Tonalist Mike is dead. Long live Impressionist Mike. Well, or short live.
Why not?
Yeah.
But it's still so clearly a Michael Orwick painting, you know, very distinctly.
That's great.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, if you went to the gallery with this or several of these styles, do they have to approve it, or how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, I always want my galleries to not take it if they don't think they can sell it. And what's funny is I'll take a painting to one gallery and be like, oh no, we don't know what to do with that. And the next gallery will absolutely love it. But I found that if your galleries don't love what you're doing, it's a lot harder to sell it. So I want them to be honest with me and tell me, like, not our favorite, not gonna sell that. Yeah, it'll hurt your feelings, but just have to step back and say, they're in the business of making money or selling paintings. And if they don't love it or don't understand it, then, it's maybe not theirs to sell.
Well, and aren't they supposed to know their clientele and know the type of people that come in and what they're looking for?
Right.
Does that happen to you very often now that you're an established artist?
Yeah, I mean, especially when I'm pushing my own boundaries, like I'll turn in some work that's quite dark, like nocturnes and stuff, because I think it's so interesting. And for me, a lot of the times the painting's half about the challenge. And, other people, I can't expect other people to go, well, it's not that beautiful, but he was really pushing the envelope as far as, so, what I mean? I can't expect people to understand that or even care about that. Most of them are just looking for a pretty picture over their couch, which I totally understand. I think we get in trouble when we kind of pretend that our work is so much more, because for most people it really isn't. Does it have a good memory? Does it have a good feeling? Does it match the couch, the upholstery? So yeah, I mean, it's humbling, but at the same time, I can't just paint to sell or paint to appease my galleries. I have to keep trying new things just for my own sanity. And just, you know, you just have to question, why am I doing this? Am I doing this because it's the only way I know how to make money and I'll do whatever it takes for money? That's fine. But hopefully I've, you know, gotten good at saving my money when things are going well, and I give myself little times to play and experiment and hopefully come out with a fresh something.
Sure.
It happens, and a lot of more often it's just like, you know, we're at the coast, so your Tetons paintings aren't gonna do really well here. So right now I'm just looking around these trees because I want them to be soft edged, but not so soft. So I'm trying to create a nice transition color, but I still want to keep form. I don't want it to be so soft. Yeah, and the worst thing is when a gallery says yes and then just puts it in the, you know, back hallway by the bathroom because they don't have faith in it. And I would rather either try to sell it myself or give it to another gallery that sees something in it. Got to make sure I'm not making the same negative shapes over and over. It's kind of starting to happen up here too. Maybe a matter of picking up another brush, or I can just look to them and say, you know what, how can I change this shape so that it's not the same as the one beside it. But yeah, it's nice to force myself to just keep mixing new colors almost every brush stroke, ever so slightly. It should be more interesting than if I just pre-mixed up a couple big piles and just did that and put it everywhere.
Michael, how do you decide when to stop?
We talked about that last week a little bit.
Oh, sorry, I missed it.
No, you're okay. It's all, the thing I had heard before last week is stop when you're no longer helping, when you're hurting your painting instead of helping it. But I don't know how to know that very well either. So I generally go too far and then pull it back a little bit. I think that's also how you learn. Putting some rocks back there. But yeah, I mean, it's feeling pretty done because I don't want to lose the freshness of it. Last week with the lilies, I definitely went too far right at the end. Had a little panic attack. I think we all did. We all saw it happen together. And tried to go back, and I think I was able to pull it back pretty well.
Can we see what you did with the lily painting before we sign off today?
Oh, yeah.
And if you come back to this at all, can you also post that?
Yeah, I feel like the most I'm going to do is refine some of these negative shapes. They just feel a little busy, and that may be as simple as making up some dark and bringing that over the tops, because otherwise they're they're very geometric, and I want them to feel more organic. So I already like that better just by simply coming back in. And that's the thing, right? It's dark to light is my way of painting, but that doesn't mean I stop there. I can still go back to dark.
What will you call this?
Kate's painting. I don't know. I mean, I guess I would maybe think about what this, why I was attracted to this, you know, and it's definitely a painting of fresh, of just cleanliness. And, you know, the reason we like to be near, or at least I love to be near fresh creeks. And there's just something clean and pure about this painting. So
maybe Umatilla Fresh. Huh?
Ooh, I like it. There we go. I'm going to name it Umatilla Fresh. So now I'm just giving some little, some coming back in with some darks, but again, I want to make sure that I'm not just using the same color. So I'm remixing the dark and just kind of thinking about, you know, how do I make it so these aren't just simple brushwork, you know, it's a matter of light or going back and forth, breaking up the shapes. Looking for the irregularities that make it interesting, keep it organic. Also looking where can I bind lights and where can I bind darks so that it's not so spotty. So this line here is very uninteresting and very almost a tangent. So I'm simply just going to bring the shadows from the bush down. So that's not just a straight line across. Maybe I need a little bit more of that pink down low. Peach. So I'm just looking for the little things, the little tangents, the little redundant shapes. You know, when you're painting something that's supposed to appear organic, even if it's impressionist, I want to keep my shapes varied. And I do find from so many painters, especially beginners, that it's in the sky holes where shapes become very redundant because they're just making a mark, same mark. And I want to make sure that I'm avoiding that. Okay. So, was there anything, oh yeah, the pond painting. Anything else that I said I was going to talk about and didn't in this class? So here's the Monet, very much thicker. I'll zoom the camera back. Which was so fun, just, you know, big. So that one's a lot of smaller, impressionistic, broken brush strokes. And then this one was much bigger, kind of juicier, more Monet style. So kind of the French Impressionism, kind of a little bit towards California Impressionism, if you squint your eyes at it just the right way. A lot of the French Impressionists are a lot about light and atmosphere. A lot of the California Impressionists are more about the light and atmosphere hitting objects. It's kind of an interesting thing to keep in mind a little bit as you're painting. And yeah, what I'll do basically is when I can get in here without defocusing the camera, is just refine some of those negatives. Maybe I'll even take out some of the negatives where if I feel like it just gets a little busy up here, it doesn't need to have that much interest towards the top. I want a little bit, but not so much. But I'm loving like this canopy shape that's going on here. So maybe I'll kind of reinforce that a little bit. There's this big juicy brush stroke here, which I really like the brush stroke itself, but it's just not in the right spot. So I may kind of knock that back. And yeah.
You see the area where the water goes back to those rocks? Yeah, there's a dark shape on the right. I don't understand that shape.
Right there?
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
that a shadow?
No, that's just an area that didn't get painted.
Oh,
my
okay.
initial sketch. So yeah, that'll be the other thing. I'll kind of look through and see where things are not where they're supposed to be. That I think that this grasses initially was going to come out a lot more, but I didn't want it to get in the way of this. So there was some changing of the mind. There's this interesting red shape, which I kind of like, but maybe I have to bring that back in a little bit somewhere else so that, or maybe that's just too close to the edge to have such a warm little dot, but I kind of like it. So it's always the balancing, isn't it? So anyways,
Yeah.
here's this guy, which I think did turn out nicely. I think I was able to save most of that by bringing in some of the purples. I really had a great time with the reflections down, the darks. So yeah. Yeah. If anybody's interested, just shoot me an email or a text, or let me know some way and can figure it out if anybody actually wants to buy any of these. And then, yeah, this was a lot of fun, you guys. That would be kind of, I'm going to go ahead and come over and sit down and close out class with eye contact. Go to group view. See if I got anybody left. Oh, good. Didn't bore you all too much.
It was wonderful.
Yeah, thank you guys again for another really great 6 weeks. It went by so fast. And so we're going to take a month off, get June off, get some sun, and then we'll come back and hunker down in front of our computers for July. Let me know if I should try to figure out a way to do, maybe I'll even do a little extra something with plein air, where I can actually go out and try and do it with my iPhone. Yeah, I know Denise and I had talked about going out to Denise's place and painting. She lives in a really beautiful area. So maybe I could go out there and shoot a little segment for a class or something. Yeah, so I will sit back and think after I take a little break after class and write up my little proposal for the next, and just know that I think it'll be, a smaller class. It'll be probably 12, 15 of us, and that I will take a lot of input. And so, let's make the class, with some overall structure, but I would love to answer your questions and help you move forward and treat it more like I do in my in-classroom space, where I often go in with a loose idea of what I'm going to teach and talk about. But a lot of times the students kind of like, well, what about this? And then off we're going in that direction. And I want it to be about you and answering the questions you have and helping you with the problems and issues you might have. And I probably won't dictate what kind of style of painting, like in this one I did. It'll probably be kind of working on whatever you want, but under the idea of, let's focus on composition and design. Okay, let's focus on color, as opposed to saying we're doing tonalism or impressionism or whatever else.
Will you critique anything we do that are associated with this assignment that you just gave us?
Yeah. The page will stay up for all summer. With the links to the videos and everything else. And I'll try to remember to get back to it. And if you post and I don't get back to it, just go ahead and send me a quick little message or text or whatever, and just say, hey, I would love a little feedback. We'll definitely do that for the next week or two, especially since I'm not teaching any other classes during this time besides out in the gorge. And like I said, there's 4 spots left out at the Manuka workshop, and any insights, feedback you guys have about this class. If anybody is really feeling generous and will write a little nice little blurb that I can put on my website, always appreciated. And yeah, you guys were great. This was really, really, really fun. I just can't believe I like teaching on Zoom. I would never have guessed. So you guys are great.
You've overcome
I've
a lot of
learned a lot in
problems.
this class.
Yes, I've learned a lot too.
I wish we were going on to next week.
Yeah, I know. We'll have to figure something out, but well,
I want to thank all the great students that I've learned from too, because I've learned something from every one of you. That's just been great having the website and the back and forth.
yeah, keep it going, you guys. And if any of you find out you live close and want to paint together, I mean, get your vaccine and get out and paint. And yeah, anyways, I really do appreciate it. I'm sad we're not painting together next week too. Maybe if I'd have been a little more organized, a little less busy, we could have done something, but I think a month off will be nice. And like I said, we'll just keep the page up and running, keep the conversation going. And I look forward to seeing all your happy, shiny faces in 4 weeks. Or at Manuka, if you can make it.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
don't
you.
forget I'm buying Umatilla Fresh.
All right, Kate, where do you live on the east side? Huh? All right, Kate, you just stay on.
Oh, okay.
Michael.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Gail. Bye, Barbara. Bye, Michelle.
Bye all.
Bye, Carrie.
Bye.
Bye, Susan.
Bye-bye. Be well.
Thank you. Yeah, any time you're heading out this way at all? Beaverton?
Well, I live in Oregon City, so I don't live that far.
Not at all. Not at all. Okay. Yeah, I'll be gone. I'll be back next Tuesday. Heading out to the coast through Monday. So anytime after that, and it should be pretty dry. And like I said, I'll keep tweaking it so that there's nothing too obvious, and I'll take a photo and make sure it lives up to your exquisite taste. And
I'm sure it will.
so
What
much
are
for
we talking about for price?
Oh, let me see. So it is a 12 by 16. So it's 850. So 400.
Okay. I don't have a lot of money because I'm a retiree, and I did most of my teaching in Christian school that had no retirement plan. So can I make 2 payments to you?
Of course.
Would that work?
Of course.
Okay. I'd really appreciate that.
Yeah. And does 400 seem okay?
Well, that's more than I've ever paid, but that's okay.
All right. Well,
it's beautiful.
It's over half off what it would be in the gallery. So
Oh, definitely. So I'm not going to quibble.
all right. Well, how about we do 350?
You sure?
Sure. I had a great time, and I appreciate you letting me paint it. And I'll take a good photo because I really do like it too. I think I learned a lot from painting it. And
So what's that? 175 twice?
there you go. Christian school education coming through.
Yeah, well, I taught 8 years in public school, and then I got married to, unfortunately, a very controlling and abusive man. And we moved back to Pennsylvania, then to Tennessee, then to Illinois, back to Pennsylvania. And finally, I got him to go to counseling. And after a year of counseling, the counselor told me he had narcissistic personality disorder, which I'd never really heard of. I knew what narcissists were, but I guess he created a secondary personality, which I fell in love with, but that wasn't who he really was. Oh my gosh, it was bad.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So anyway.
We're becoming more and more aware of that in the last, I've heard that term. I don't know if it's because of our last president, but you've heard that term a lot more often about, that ability to just create these different kind of personas. And yeah,
I don't either. So let's see. Do you want me to do this by PayPal? Because I think
way is best for you is fine.
Okay.
And you can, take your time with it. That's fine.
Okay. Well, that'll give it some time to set up too. So
yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. I will have it paid for before the July, class starts again, hopefully, because then I'm going to have to buy that class. So
gives you some time to sell some paintings.
Oh, goodness. Well, I just got into the little gallery that's here in Oregon City that's associated with the Three Rivers Art Guild.
Oh, great.
And I just applied there. And so I'm going to be in their July, August, and September rotation. So
you have the show out at the coast too, don't you?
Oh, down in Coos Bay in July. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're painting beautiful paintings. I think you should be able to sell if you're, if that's something you're interested in doing. You're doing great.
Well, maybe I could ask you, how do you price something? I mean, I'm a relatively, I am definitely an unknown. I am, do you sell it by so much a square inch? Somebody told me, $1 a square inch. Is that what you should do?
Yep, here's my list right here.
Oh,
All
seriously?
broken down to by square inch, and even according to what state I'm selling it in. So
Oh,
Oregon's
really? Okay.
cheaper than Wyoming and stuff, but I've been asked to kind of streamline it a little bit. But yeah, it's all by square inch, and the bigger it is, the cheaper it gets per square inch. So like
Oh,
my little
really?
tiny paintings start at $6 per square inch.
What size?
Like my little tiny ones, like let's say an 8-inch by 10 inches, $6.50 per square inch.
Wow.
And then when you get up to like a 4 foot by 6 foot, it's $2 a square inch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because nobody told me about, changing the price depending on the size. Because, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, and then now that I don't really frame and stuff, I was able to deduct that price a little bit. But yeah, you also have to figure out, okay, am I going to be selling mostly through galleries? You have to go, okay, that's 50%. And think about that. And, framing costs, shipping costs, insurance costs. So if you're selling locally where you can deliver everything versus are you shipping most things? And if it doesn't sell, they ship it back, and that can get really expensive, and the insurance on it. And then they get dinged up as they travel too, even if it's really well.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of expense. And then what's the tough thing for a lot of people is you have to kind of price all the paintings you do. Even if they never sell, it's still your time, it's still your education. It's like a doctor. We're paying them for their 10 years of medical school. We're not just paying them for the 15 minutes that they talk to us. Yeah, and all the different things. For me, I had to price it so that I could make a living and still sell. So there's that kind of in between. A lot of my friends, say my prices are way, way too low, and others are like, I can't believe you're able to do it. So I like to try to keep it consistent. My sales fairly consistent.
But then if you have a lot of inventory at home and it's just storage and all that, it's not making you any money. I had a friend back east because I used to paint watercolor. And so she had all these watercolors in her basement, and she just decided to sell a full sheet size watercolor with a 3 to 4 inch mat and a frame for $100. And all these other artists were so upset with her, but she said, they're sitting in my basement, they're not doing anything. Yeah. And so she got enough to buy more materials, to do whatever, and she was happy. And yet all these other, and she and I would sell, well, she would sell more than I did, but I could sell up to 4 paintings a month in this co-op gallery I belong to, and it was all watercolor. But I kept my prices lower, and I had really no idea what I was doing for price. If I really liked the painting, I asked a little bit more than if I really didn't like it. And
yeah, and you can't do that. I just don't anymore. I used to, and it's free. You can price whatever you want. And I guess there's some that take so much longer, but it's often my faster paintings that are so much better because I'm not spending time fixing them and laboring them. They just kind of come out. And I mean, like today's painting, I thought that thing just kind of started good. And
it was magical.
Yeah, there was no wrestling involved in that. And some people be like, well, you painted it so quickly. It only took you, 2.5 hours or whatever. But at the same time, it took 1,000 paintings to get to that point where that can happen. And it also, it makes it so it means more to me. Like I would rather keep a painting that was fun for me to do and that I had a good relationship with it versus one that just I had to wrestle with the whole time. So in fact, most all the little sketches that I've kept and paintings I've kept are the ones that flew off the brush, where I almost didn't feel like I was there, or where I was in such a blissful, peaceful moment.
I think I learn more though from those that I struggle with.
Sure, absolutely.
If it just happens, it's kind of like, okay, how did I do that? you know, but maybe that's just because I'm so new to this. Because
No,
it's what, 3 years I've been painting oils.
But the
I started with you at OSA.
Yeah.
And Bonnie would sit behind and she was always after me because she said my paintings look like watercolors.
Huh.
And, and you were so kind. You came up and you said, your style will appeal to a certain group of people, and so he said, you said, don't change a thing. But I am learning so much. I didn't even know there was tonalism or luminism or any of that. I'd heard of Impressionism, but, I've really enjoyed your class and I've learned so much. So thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you. And again, thanks for asking your friend if I could borrow that image, because instantly, as soon as I saw it, I'm like, ooh, that would be a fun one.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And
you're welcome.
just, no rush, and we can get it to you anytime after next week, or if you'd rather just finish paying for it first, that's fine too.
Well, I think it'd be more respectful to you to pay for it first. So, so I'll put that off.
Okay.
But yeah, I've got my Social Security because, gosh, I'm 74 now. Ugh. So it's coming in the first week of the month. So I'll be able to pay the second payment then, I think.
Okay.
But we'll see. Okay.
Again, don't hurt yourself. Don't eat ramen because you bought a painting.
Well, that probably wouldn't hurt me either. Maybe I'd lose some weight. Okay.
Myself. Anyways, it was a pleasure, Kate, and I look forward to painting with you again soon. And it's been fun watching your paintings. You've gotten so good, and you're doing so well. And I can really tell you're pushing yourself. And so we'll see what happens with the Impressionists. That'll be fun for you.
Yeah, will be. It'll be another challenge, but yeah, I really got into pointillism, I think, on that last one. But
I liked it.
At least I had different strokes, which is I didn't blend them, so that was a blessing.
So you used the paint too.
Yeah, I actually used paint. Oh, I'm so cheap. Okay, all right. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.